knock on the door, a man standing to deliver a vendetta recalls that I failed, and it's clear that my reckoning's nigh. And though I try, he won't leave me this time. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. I wanna see a lunatic is finally lost his hold on me. And I wanna just put some lyrics there. Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame. And I feel closer to the edge of myself, health, wealth, and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unhurt bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. And soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes, 'cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12, you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. Yeah, I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. Yeah, I wanna.
Hello and welcome. Day 3, exciting times. Day 3 of the World Chess Championship. And today, in my personal opinion, is going to be one of the most exciting games, possibly of the entire tournament. We know that Gukesh needs to win. He has no choice. He has to win. It might not be today, but you'd expect that he would come out with the white pieces today. Guns blazing. It's going to be really interesting to see exactly what strategies he employs, what opening he's going to go for. And I thought to kick off the stream, we're going to do a couple of things. Instead of recapping yesterday's game was a little bit unremarkable, so we're not going to spend too much time going through that. But what I thought we could do is spend a little bit of time looking at this footage from Take. That's the little collaboration with Magnus Carlsen and Gotham Chess. And we're going to see hear Magnus Carlsen's take on the previous game, and we'll have a little bit of an idea of how things are going on that front. So let's jump into it, and let's take it from the top.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Take recap show. Reigning champion Ding Liren took the lead in the World Chess Championship match already in Game 1 with a thrilling performance. So the question before Game 2 was, would Gukesh go all out for an instant comeback, or could Ding stun the entire world by taking another win? We're now going to recap Game 2 with world number 1, the guy who still has a Wikipedia profile in 91 languages. It's Magnus Carlsen. Hey, Magnus.
Hey.
How did you watch the game today? I know you're in Singapore. Have you been to the venue?
No, I haven't been to the venue, but I had kind of a quiet day today, so I was looking at the game a bit from my hotel room, just trying to understand what was going on there. And yeah, to me, it was quite interesting. I know it's probably not that way to everybody, but I think there were a lot of subtleties, even though, spoiler alert, it never really really took off.
Yeah. So I'm going to bring in the other expert, the internet chess teacher, Gotham Chess, Levi Rossman. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. I see this as a running inside joke now that I am also an expert. Listen, I'm indeed an expert. I was up at 6:30 in the morning, and I was looking at this game, and I made an executive decision to go back to sleep because I decided the game will either end in 5 moves or go for 3 more hours. But I was thinking about Magnus during this game, Kaya.
Okay.
I was thinking, this is definitely a game that is boring to the average eye, but I bet Magnus will explain a lot of subtleties. And yeah, I'm glad he started off by saying exactly that. So
Exactly. Yeah, this is going to be exciting. I want to ask you one question first, Levi. Do you know how many languages you have a Wikipedia profile in?
No, that was actually a fascinating intro. I don't spend time looking at my Wikipedia page. Contrary maybe to popular belief, but no, do I have like 10 languages at least?
No, because it's an interesting number. So Magnus has 91 and you have 19, the same numbers. So it's destiny with the two of you doing these recaps together.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like 19's not terrible. All right,
Definitely not.
All
right, you guys, we're going to jump into game 2. So I want to ask you guys to take us through the highlights and what happened in this game. I will ask you to please stay as much as possible away from notations. And we'll start from the get-go in this game. We started with an Italian opening. Ding had the white pieces in this game. So what are we seeing?
Ding did have a very interesting idea there in the opening. There are a lot of subtleties here. Generally, these positions later on, which you have there, they are completely symmetrical, but both players have options on every move of changing the pawn structure. And the resulting positions may be objectively equal, but they are not going to be boring because they're going to be, most likely, there are going to be imbalances regardless of how you capture. So this was definitely a promising start.
I mean, overall, A5 was kind of an interesting try, but then later in the game, I think Ding played much more passively in an attempt to protect the pawn that he put there. So it kind of felt like one of these things that, it could be an asset, but it could be a liability. I really want to hear Magnus's thoughts on this move, Rook C1. I assume we're going to get there, but I was really kind of shocked when I saw it. It just felt wrong in many ways, but wrong just brings the game to equality here. It doesn't really make a huge mistake. So yeah, A5 was curious, but then it's like the Black Knight just sees the pawn forever. And so, is it a strength or is it a weakness?
But it does seem that this pawn push has such a clamping effect on the queen side that white is not actually worse in that position. That was really, really a fresh take on the position because it didn't really seem to me that intuitively that this should be a way for white to fight for an advantage. Obviously, the critical move, if we just go one move forward after Gukesh had taken one bishop, the critical move is to move the bishop, attack that pawn on A5 that has pushed forward, which forces Ding to sacrifice at least one pawn. It wasn't shocking that he was not necessarily into the details there, so that sort of made him go for a safe option, but still, I felt like the safe option, it's not completely safe. Yes, you sit there and think, except for the pawn on A5, the position is completely symmetrical. How can I actually be worse? But I had a game like this, very, very similar game against Fabiano Caruana in the Champions Chess Tour last year. And I think at some point I made a really, really careless queen swap. I occupied the only open file with my rook, and I thought, how could I possibly be worse? And I'd missed this little trick he had where he temporarily can sacrifice his knight, bring his king to the center, which when you only have one rook, that sort of nullifies the whole point of having the open file because you don't have any entry points. And he had this pawn, the same pawn on A5 that was clamping down my queen side a bit. And I soon realized in that game that he was controlling the pawn breaks, and sort of the little initiative that he had was very dangerous. and he actually like just outplayed me and beat me without
Wow.
any problems there whatsoever. So
So
I
you
was
lost
thinking
with
that
did you had the black pieces in that game?
yeah, I had the black pieces. Like after I had exchanged queens, I definitely had the worst of it. Um, but that just showed like that this can get super, super difficult. So I don't feel like this was that safe a choice for Gukesh. I think what we saw following up, I think Ding was probably a bit relieved that Gukesh didn't go for any of the more aggressive options. You sort of stop at some point thinking that this is like this is playable, or at least somewhat playable. If it's not a draw immediately, then you have a little bit of hope. Like there are always bigger fires to put out than this. So I cannot imagine that they prioritized looking at these end games very deeply. And I think Ding was just happy to get there, to get to a position where he had no risk, but um, honestly, like he didn't make really anything of it, but I guess we'll get to that later.
I also sort of got the impression that, well, this is just like a very risk-free game for Ding. He can play it forever. And then he didn't play it forever at all. I mean, he made like a few moves. And so I was just left with a lot of questions. I don't think I have the authority to sit and sort of say why he did something or why he didn't do something. It's great though that I share the screen with Magnus and I can ask him. Like I was very perplexed because if this is kind of the best case risk-free scenario you're going to get from playing this prep, and the alternative is you sacrifice a pawn and it's very complicated, and you're saying he's relieved, but like why did he not try harder? Like this is my question. Maybe that's a naive question, but
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is the Ding we've been used to seeing. Decent prep, gets a slightly better position, doesn't try to win. Is happy just to make draws. And it's certainly more justified now that he's leading the match, but let's just even go back to the final position. So black has obvious improving moves on the king side. You can push the pawn further, h4, knight h5, maybe push the pawn with f5 and so on. But white can go h4 here. Just stop all of that. Make the position more symmetrical on the king side and ask Gukesh to make a move because he doesn't have obvious moves. The position is not equal. I guess that this is what was perplexing to you as well, Levi, that in computer terms, this position is equal, obviously, but for humans, this is not equal. It is a slightly better position for white. Like white has a slightly better pawn structure and white has sort of positional potential that black doesn't have. Like it's hard for black to actually seriously improve his pieces. So I understand Ding was happy to make the draw. It's a good result for him, but the moment he chose to do it is quite puzzling. It may just be as easy as, oh, there's a repetition. Let me take it. Let's get out of here. I don't really see anything clear. This is no doubt a decent result for Ding. Obviously, seeing the way Gukesh played the game, it's a decent result for him as well. But while the first game was really encouraging for Ding, this was more kind of a what you would expect, what you've been sort of expecting for him the last few months.
You said something interesting, which was this is the Ding that we're used to seeing. He gets kind of like his preparation, and then he's just happy to make a draw. Did you mean in the last year or in general, like his entire career, or the recent Ding?
The Ding pre-COVID was awesome. So this is more recent thing. Like
Okay.
his openings haven't been bad, and he gets good positions. But yeah, he just doesn't try to win them. And for myself, like I don't think I'd be in tournament situations most tournament situations, I don't think I'd be thrilled to have this position as white, but in the World Championship, like it's hard to get sort of better chances than this. Like you're 1-0 up, you got a risk-free position that is very slightly better. You got an opponent who really hasn't shown you anything positive in the match so far. Like you want to massage this, and Ding decided not to, but which is not a shocker, but it's yeah,
So
it is
Magnus, you are saying
it
that
is to be expected.
if you were in this situation, if you were playing this, you were Ding, you were up by 1 point in the match, you had this position on the board with the white pieces, you would be the Magnus Carlsen that we know, you would keep pushing and try to look for a win in this game.
I mean, listen, not to interrupt for whatever Magnus is about to say, but I couldn't watch a single broadcast this morning without everybody saying, "Oh, if this was Magnus, oh, this is the type of position Magnus wants." I was like, "Wow, they sound like me." Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would have had to have a really bad day or maybe some football game I wanted to watch or something if I wasn't going to push this position.
Yeah. All right. Well, the game was a draw after a couple of repetitions, after only 23 moves. Quite a short day there for Gukesh and Ding, game 2 in the World Chess Championship match. I'm now going to bring it to another topic. I like to also get you guys to talk about what's happening beyond the board with emotions, with interviews, stuff like that. I want to show you guys a reel that was posted this morning or last night by our friends at Chess Base India. Take a look at this. Like we have different in that moment is to be Ding and to be Gukesh in terms of like the emotions they're going through in that moment.
Yeah, I will just say for people that are watching this that have played classical chess or will, getting up from the board basically on the move your opponent is probably going to resign is relatively bad manners, but that's not what Ding did. It was after the time control. I think they needed to play 2 or 3 more moves, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, he just ate some walnuts and it made international headlines because that's the chess world. And yeah, I mean, if you know your opponent's about to resign, there's checkmate on the board. Just, you should generally stay there because they might resign. Although when I was very young, Magnus, I don't know if this ever happened to you. I had an opponent stall out the clock for like 50 minutes, 5-0, just to like a move before mate. And I was maybe like 12 and we were both around 2000. So it was pretty bad. Has anybody ever stalled out the clock against you in a classical game?
No, I don't think so. I used to, people may not know this, but I used to beat Hikaru a lot in classical back in the days. And then he would like always sit there, shake his head for a few minutes before resigning, which I don't know. I think I generally found it more like very slightly annoying than that it gave me pleasure. I think a couple of times maybe if I feel like my opponent played on a little bit too long, I've like sort of faked getting up from the table in order sort of to force them to resign.
And now it's time to name this game's MVP. So I'll throw it to you first, Magnus. What do you think was the most valuable piece in game 2?
This is hard. No piece really did anything at all in this game.
The board was great.
I really
The
don't
board
think.
was wonderful.
Yeah. Should we say like I think the pawn structure.
My graphics only allow pieces. I can't say pawn structures.
I think nothing. We have to avoid this one.
All right. Game 2 had 0 MVPs. I'll accept that one. We're now going to name Game 2's piece of shit.
I was like thinking about this. I don't know. The rook on a1 because it did nothing. I don't know. It could be the pawn on a5 ultimately, but I feel like that's a bit mean.
What do you think, Magnus?
Yeah, I mean, if we use the same logic, maybe Ding's queenside knight that forced a repetition that, deprived him of any chance of winning, and it deprived us of entertainment as well.
And we'll jump to the next thing on the list here, which is to place the match bar. After 2 games, Ding Liren is up by 1 point. Would you now place the bar more in his favor?
No, I think this is an almost completely neutral result, really, or almost completely neutral game. I don't think, like we saw that again, Ding was like he was in the last match. He was capable of finding something in the opening that posed slight discomfort, or more than slight discomfort in other cases last match for his opponent. Gukesh didn't really show any aggression or anything. He was just sort of there to survive and get on to the next. Ding didn't even really look for his chances. Honestly, it was a decent day for both. They both kind of got, I think, partly what they wanted, but none of them showed anything today either. So I think the overall result is very much neutral.
Not to use a crazy hyperbole or anything, it's not a great sign. Like, I still feel as though a loss for Gukesh is much more likely something he will overcome than a loss for Ding. The recurring theme, like I heard Jan Nepomniachtchi speak about this in the Russian language, for example, Ding just, it almost is like giving up after like 5, 6, 7 hours of a game. It happened against like Huang Liem in the Olympiad. And, you know, it's a crazy thing to say about a player who used to be number 2 in the world and was just unbelievable. And you never want to use words like quits or gives up or whatever. But if the match is tied or Gukesh takes the lead, it could be really bad. So, yeah, the game was definitely neutral, but I mean, I would have loved if the game went 6 hours today and Gukesh was asked a lot of questions and was put under a lot of pressure, but we never got that. So, yeah, I mean, it's probably still, 50-50 roughly, which is nuts because one guy has a 1-game lead. Yeah. Like, you would never say that, but...
I think you're quite right. Ding has shown no indication that he is capable of maintaining that very, very high level if the game goes into the fifth and sixth hours, while Gukesh has shown that is something he does very well. Sometimes I don't know, this has happened a couple of times with me in matches as well, where I'm just thinking I have no problems with black, so making draws with white is not a problem. If they want to start trying to beat me with the white pieces, I'm going to get counter chances, and I'm not worried at all. I'm not saying that is how Ding is feeling, but obviously yesterday was a hugely encouraging sign in that sense, that he could play something risky in the opening. Gukesh could even out-prepare him, and yet he was able to gain a convincing victory. So maybe he feels that is part of it. If there's nothing clear, he just wants to conserve energy, and there's nothing to say that he cannot get another win with black. Ding has a chance to win the match now, even if he doesn't create a single chance as white.
Well, which brings me to a question we had from the chat today, Magnus. When you see a game like this, where we've been talking about a typical game where you would keep pushing, do you miss it a little bit, playing the World Championship match?
No.
Simple as that.
I would very much like to have a position like that where I can push, but that doesn't mean that I want to have it in a World Championship match. The only thing I was maybe thinking is that I wish I could have had more of those positions in World Championship matches, because it often felt like I got even less. But no. Nice try, though.
Nice try. Can I please get your predictions for Game 3? Gukesh will have the white pieces. Will we have a decided result in that game? What do you think?
I think the next game probably will be a draw. I expect Ding to change up his opening. He's probably going to play e5 if he's faced with e4 again. I think Ding will probably feel quite positive about having another fight, like I would if I was in his shoes. I think Gukesh will get more and more nervous, more and more stressed for each game that he doesn't create any chances. I think we will have a very interesting game tomorrow. Knowing Gukesh, regardless of what Ding has planned, be it the French defense or some kind of E4, E5, it is going to be imbalanced at some point.
My prediction was that Gukesh would probably play E4 again. I don't think that the French scared him away from playing E4. And also it might be slightly naive, but I feel like if you show up to the World Championship and you play E4 in the first game, probably means you prepared E4 more than anything else. But listen, he might play D4. I don't think Gukesh will play in English. I think it will be E4, D4. And I also will say I'm not sure Ding will repeat E4 too often, but that can change. Obviously, he's a big D4 practitioner. He recently added C4. He's really well known for the Catalan. Magnus played the Catalan in the World Championship with success, but it really does feel like the Catalan is so theoretically explored at this point that you can almost kill the game with black. That's obviously a strong statement. So I'm curious, will there be a Catalan? What will Gukesh play against it? Will Ding have an idea there? But it does seem that all signs point to Ding is pretty strong with black. Although we've only seen 2 games. Like, everything can change in game 3, and then we just start having totally different conversations, which is why I'm not particularly convinced by Ding's performance today. But all right, we'll be back here in 24 hours.
It's funny for me to hear talking about that, Levy. Like, I played a match against 2018, against Fabian in 2018, where I was generally super excited about playing sort of hardcore D4 style, and allowing all sorts of Queen's Gambit variations. And in 2021, I played the Catalan as white, and I was similarly excited about that. And neither of them worked out that great during the match, but after that, they worked out amazingly. But as you say now, Levy, it does feel like both of them are so theoretically explored, and that's why you're seeing even guys like Ding go to E4 so often, because there at least you have a little bit more room to play with. Like, not everything as forced and feels as drawish. So I would agree. I definitely think Gukesh is going to continue to explore E4, and I wouldn't be shocked if Ding has more E4 ideas as well.
Hardcore D4 style. That's my new favorite term in chess. That's very cool. Magnus and Levy, your insight to game 2 was fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. And we'll see you again tomorrow, knowing what has happened in game 3. Thanks for joining.
All right, folks, we're going to head over to the Reddit page and see the front page of Reddit as our coverage continues. And I really have to say that I had a big laugh at the first most popular post here. It's getting out of control from the official chess.com YouTube. Ding Liren chilling, 60 minutes of lo-fi beats to chill/study to. I mean, that is hilarious. Let me just get that last bit. There you can see it. So this time of the year, you can see everyone is basically trying to make the most out of the content coming from the World Chess Championship. And if you want to relax and do some studying, I don't know if one of our viewers, Kanishka's students, I know he's studying a lot. Welcome, Membrane Potential as well. Kanishk, if you want to have a good study session, this might be an option for you later on. But I had a big laugh at this. The next one is also actually a really well composed picture. Lurking in the shadows. And this was kind of a bit of the inspiration behind today's thumbnail. We have a big reminder of, like, if you guys are Star Wars fans, I remember, I think it was episode 1, the first time that we see Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan, when he has just seen, like, his master get killed, and then he's waiting to attack his nemesis. He's sort of got his eyes closed. It's very similar to this. So I thought, okay, cool. I'll use that kind of reference in today's thumbnail. And here you can see Ding lurking in the shadows. Very cool. Next. Oh, this is actually kind of hilarious. Not really to do with the Chess World Championship, but Vladimir Kramnik lost the first round in late title Tuesday. So just round one and immediately rage quits. And I think we probably have an appropriate clip for that.
Okay, let's do the procedure. Block.
Yeah, so not massively surprising. Kramnik still up to his usual antics. And rage quitting in the very first game. And it's insane because you can see the difference between the two ratings. Kramnik over 3,000 on chess.com and his opponent 2,500. That is a seriously unfortunate loss. And I think this is the image that they used for that 60-minute chill study session thing. Ding just chilling on the armchair waiting for Gukesh to move. What a meme. Definitely. Just looks like he's kind of not thinking about anything at all, just relaxing. Yeah, he definitely has an interesting style about him. Let's see some of the comments. Mana Pragada Kid says the thumbnail is something. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you so much. The help of AI. A couple of clips from basically what we just watched in the video of Magnus Carlsen, Gotham Chess, talking about the game yesterday and their thoughts. I think one thing I would like to say, I mean, I didn't really want to interrupt that interview because I do agree with a lot of what Carlsen and Gotham Chess were saying. And it's something that I mentioned yesterday about the fact in that position, particularly that Ding took the draw with, everyone was saying the same thing. And I guess I was saying the same thing too, is that Carlsen would have continued there. And Carlsen wouldn't have just said, okay, let's just call it a day. There are a number of reasons strategically why you might want to take a draw. For example, you're up a game. There's no need to risk anything else. But it feels like because of the nature of the position that White definitely can continue without risking much. And I feel that was the main contention from Carlsen and from most of the commentators saying, well, yeah, okay, considering that Ding has taken the lead in the match, it makes sense for him to want to preserve that. But really, it seemed that there was very minimal chance of Black getting massive counterplay. And considering that White had a small edge here, it was worth playing on. But obviously, Ding didn't see it that way. He's the one who is the reigning world chess champion, and he has the right to basically do whatever he wants. So, sorry. All right, let's have another go. That wasn't the right pronunciation, but it's okay. Mana Pragada. All right, you'll have to maybe like phonetically spell it out for me and I'll give it another go later. And yeah, this is from yesterday, 20 hours ago. Game 2 of the FIDE World Championship ends in a fighting draw. You can see the two players shaking hands. And wow, this is pretty cool. We've also got Levon Aronian, who's commentating round 3. So if you're watching some of the other coverage, I think this is on Lichess, which is always good. One of the best platforms to support Lichess, non-profit. And if you want to get all of the resources that you get on chess.com, obviously it's not quite as good in my opinion. I mean, I have a chess.com premium account, but Lichess they do fantastic work for people who are wanting to learn about the game and have access to lots of resources without paying for it. They're always good. Okay, so let's head over to the odds, what the bookies are saying so far. So yesterday we were talking about how there was this huge jump from day 1 to day 2. Ding starting off with just 22% chance. And then on day 2, we got this big jump to 47%. And at the end of day 3, because it was a draw, you could see that things start sliding a little bit. I think what happens is usually when you see the odds on winning or losing, sometimes there's like a big overcompensation where there's a big jump because of the fact that, a player won one. And I think they were kind of expecting that Ding might continue with the momentum from the first game and possibly win game 2. It might be a huge blowout. And of course, that wasn't the case. There was a draw. And so now it's down to just 45% chance for Ding to win. So this is the overall World Chess Championship winner for 2024. So clearly there's a big significant chance that Gukesh could come back and win the overall thing. In fact, he's 55% favored to. So we'll see exactly how that pans out. I think today is a big test of exactly what will happen in terms of him making a comeback. He needs to try and do something special today with the white pieces. So let's head over to the live coverage. Okay, it's not quite up and running yet, but if we head over to our board, we can use this as a good opportunity to think about some possible opening ideas. So is this, this is, hold on, I've got the wrong game here. Let's get this one. There we go. Okay, so Gukesh now with the white pieces. In game 1, I believe he played e4, and now he has to decide, is he going to stick with e4, continue, or is he going to pivot and change to d4? Levy was suggesting that e4 and a d4 basically the only options, not expecting the English, which would be c4. And I think what I'm hoping for, I'm going to not predict anymore because of the fact that all my predictions have totally fallen flat. But I'm not predicting, I'm hoping that he plays d4. D4 I think would be really interesting, getting a Catalan type setup where we have d4 and c4 both on the board, and then something like this, g3, and then say after d5 you fianchetto the bishop on g2. And this definitely offers quite a lot of excitement. Just this position alone, if you're playing with the white pieces, 39% chance of white winning, 38% chance of a draw, and 23% chance of black winning. So this definitely offers a very wide range of outcomes and seems to be a lot more playable for whites in terms of not risking too much. So there are 3,875 games at the highest level that have reached this position have continued. Very popular opening amongst grandmasters. So yeah, we'll see if we get this on the board. Let me know in the comment section, what do you think they're going to open with? Do you think it's going to be e4? Do you think it's going to be d4? Could be knight to f3. Could even be c4. All of these are options for the opening, but probably maybe the real considerations still remain e4 or d4. Would love to see a Sicilian, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And now it's just 16 minutes before coverage or the first move starts. Pretty exciting stuff. See if we can pull up the live board. All right, so the live stream actually starts in 5 minutes, where they'll start broadcasting the players in the playing area, and we'll just keep an eye on that. For the time being, though, I think we'll just have to wait around for the magic to happen. Cool, guys. Let me know in the comment section what your thoughts are in terms of who's going to win today. And in fact, that's a good reminder for me to put up a poll. We'll start the poll early on today. Yesterday, I kind of forgot about setting up the poll. So let's do that now. And keep it real simple. Who's going to win? Let's do that. All right, we think Member in Potential says Queen's Gambit accepted and a quick draw. Man, I can't really imagine that. They were suggesting that in the interview with Magnus Carlsen and with Levy as well, that I think Carlsen said that he was expecting a draw today. And it's difficult to imagine that Gukesh would be comfortable just going for a draw with the white pieces after losing the first game. It is probably a consideration that he doesn't want to do anything that is so risky that he loses twice, because if he does lose another game, it would be pretty catastrophic. But I don't see him playing super passively either in this game. All right, let's get the poll going. All right, today's poll. Who will win? Who will win today? Question mark. Gukesh. Ding. Ren. Or I guess we could add draw too. We should. Those are all of the outcomes. Go ahead and vote and let me know who you think. And also let me know where you're watching from. I know, Member in Potential, you're watching from Germany. And we've got a couple of people from India, all around the world. So let me know where you're watching from if you're outside of the usual places. I know some of my friends of the stream and family are watching from beautiful Cape Town, South Africa. Although Today is a little bit overcast, a little bit cloudy, but I'm sure it'll turn into a wonderful day. Membrane Potential says, of course, I am hoping for a long fighting Catalan. Agreed. I think that would be quite exciting. If e4, then c5. Yes, we could possibly see a Sicilian. If we see a Sicilian, I will probably fall off my chair. That would be very, very epic. Sicilian characterized, of course, by the c5 move. One of my favorite openings, and my particular line of choice is the French variation, which offers plenty of options for both players. And if we do see a French, we might see a much more of a higher likelihood of a decisive result. I was just looking out of curiosity at the different percentages that are involved. So, for example, if you play e4, right, and your opponent responds with e5, if we look at the database, we get a pretty good picture of what the outcome likelihood would be. If you're playing with the white pieces, 38%, black pieces, 28%, draw, 35%. Let's ignore everything else except for draw, because we don't want to see a draw. Draw's going to be boring. So there's a 35% chance of a draw if we see this opening. If we see the Sicilian, however, 29%, which may not seem like a huge difference, but really that is quite a big difference in terms of outcome. If there's a 29%, that's a 6% difference in terms of a draw. So this is a much more exciting direction for the game to go in. So hopefully we can see something that is more exciting, but players are just less inclined to play c5 with the black pieces, especially in a very big match like this, because of the fact that, of course, it is very risky. You play c5 when you have to win with the black pieces, but when you have an advantage, Ding doesn't really have any incentive to play c5, which, in fairness, might mean that it's the perfect time to play c5, because Gukesh would just not expect it at all. And the elements of surprise in playing c5, given the nature of the first few games, given the nature of the fact that Ding is up, would really set the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak. Awesome. All right, let's take a look and see if we've got any coverage starting. Not quite yet, but we are just 10 minutes away from the opening move. We will keep our eyes peeled to make sure that we're watching the live feed so we can see the players. It's going to be really exciting. Okay, Mana Pragada Kids is also from India. That's great. I wonder, can I like react to comments? No, I don't have that. Okay. Sicilian is explored in high level, but if I play it like 1600 to 2000 level, your opponents will not know what they are doing. Yeah, well, okay, so I think, I mean, when I play online, I'm around sort of 2000 level. And when I play online, I find that that's generally true around 1600, but on the upper end, I guess that's what you're saying, past 2000, people are much more familiar with the sort of main moves that are involved in the Sicilian, both from Black's perspective and from White's perspective. They play more solidly. So yeah, I would generally agree with that. Okay, we've got some coverage of the players, or at least of the board. And similarly to yesterday, we're having this weird technical glitch where none of the pieces are on the board, which would not make the most exciting game. It's looking very drawish. So yeah, we're waiting for the players to arrive. If I remember correctly, I think it was, yes, that's right, it was Gukesh who showed up first yesterday. That's where we got that iconic picture of Gukesh deep in thought. Let's see if I can pull that up. Oh no, I've closed that. But that iconic picture of Gukesh deep in thought. Maybe I'll just see if I can hunt it down, because that is such a cool picture. And then Ding sort of lurking in the background. Let's see if we can get that. Here we go. Let's see. Save image as. All right, we'll just drop that in. Over here. There's that iconic image I was talking about. Ding doing his usual Zen-like meditation beforehand, and then Ding lurking in the background. Looks quite ominous. I think if you didn't know much about Ding, you would say that this is quite a sort of spooky looking picture. That was the other thing that they were saying after, what was it? I think game 1, where Ding had not got up from the board at all the entire game. And then like right before Gukesh was probably going to resign, he got up and got himself some snacks. I think I agree with what Levy was saying. There's no like ill intent there. I think he just needed to get up and probably stretch his legs. But yeah, in general, it's much better etiquette to, if you have a completely dominant position, wait for your opponent to resign, and then you can get up and do whatever it is you need to do. Both are just so silent and chilled out players. More so chill is Ding. Yeah, definitely. I think it's much more of a temperament thing that you see with extremely strong chess players. Not all of them. I mean, some of them are a little bit more outspoken, but generally, if you think of people who are highly technically minded, kind of obsessive types, they are much more likely to be introverted, and we definitely see that with Ding. Ding is just about as introverted as it gets. That said, I really, really admire the work that he's put into learning English and being able to have interviews in English, which is not easy when it's your second language, and managing that side of things as world chess champion and the pressure that accompanies that. I think he's done a great job, especially if it's not something that comes naturally to you. And yeah, Gukesh, I think Gukesh is a little bit more comfortable in front of the camera and in interviews. He also seems pretty chilled and a little bit more low-key in terms of personality, which is also probably a benefit to him. If you think of all of the pressure that is on him from the entire Indian community. I mean, in India, when you see the players entering into the tournament halls and the amount of media attention that follows them, it's pretty frightening. And I think it's super useful having this much more relaxed, chilled mindset so that you don't feel the pressure from those kind of interactions, which I think can be very overwhelming, especially for most people who are as young as Gukesh. I mean, I think, what is he, 18 or 19 years old? Very, very young. I think, is he just turned 19? Might be. No, he's still 18 years old. Good grief. Okay, so he turns 19 in May, so he's not even really close to turning 19. I actually thought that he had just turned 19 for some reason. Sheesh, this kid has just got a very bright future ahead of him. He could lose just 5-6 games in a row, and obviously it would not be great for his confidence, but man, he has a very, very bright future ahead of him. And I don't think that's going to happen. I seriously think that Gukesh is going to come back. I don't think that he's going to get through this World Chess Championship without winning one. And the question is today going to be that one? Is today going to be the game where he comes back and levels things out? And if he does, I can tell you there will be massive celebrations in India. And I'll have to change my thumbnail, where instead of having Gukesh as the good guy and Ding Liren as the bad guy, we'll swap it around and we'll have Gukesh as the new villain for Chinese supporters. Okay, Magnus isn't even that chill. Yeah, that's true. I feel like recently Magnus has become... Okay, before I finish that thought, both players arriving at the same time. There we have it. They shake hands. We need to get the handshake. Awesome. Get our handshake meme going. And back to the action. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh man, I'm excited. I don't know about you guys. What are we going to see on the board? What is going to happen with move 1? Players just adjusting their pieces, making sure everything is just so. We were talking about that, I think, in the first game. Like, these players have a bit of a pre-match ritual, making sure that they do everything sometimes in a certain order. I think, thinking of sportsmen, people who were really obsessive about that pre-match ritual, Rafael Nadal, and I know Gukesh is a huge tennis fan, and I think he might have taken a bit of a leaf out of Rafael Nadal's book in terms of making sure that the routine before he plays is very, very set and structured. And that helps to create some kind of predictability. You think chess as a game can be very, very unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen. So you need to do as much as you can to control the things that you can control, mindset, making sure that you're sleeping well, making sure that your diet is good. All of these things are big considerations when you're playing at the highest level. And do we have a move on the board? No, not quite yet. We're waiting. Let's jump over to the slightly bigger board, even though there are still no pieces. FIDE need to really get their act together. One thing that I will say, if you guys watched all the way through yesterday until the press conference afterwards was an absolute disaster. And I think as someone who understands how easy it is for things to go wrong, do yourself a favor. Go and look at the FIDE live stream, get to the end after the game, and take a listen to what was going on there. The sound was a complete train wreck. You couldn't hear the players. The video was also really terrible. And, you know, that is definitely something that can happen. It's something that's happened on my stream. But when it comes to, you know, a massive organization, it's really sort of inexcusable. They should definitely be doing better. And it was so bad that they actually didn't post it. So usually what they do is they clip that last bit of the press conference and then post it. FIDE didn't, because they knew they couldn't present it. It was that bad. And there were no backup cameras, no backup audio. It was just a big mess. So hopefully they've sorted that out today and we can actually hear the players' thoughts. If they do get that right, I will make sure on Friday, bear in mind tomorrow's a rest day, that we start off with that press conference so that we can hear the thoughts of the players on the game. All right. Looks like we're about to kick things off. Are you ready to rumble? Yeah, definitely. Okay, here we go. Morris Ashley just announcing the start of the game, and we have some dignitary making the first move. Let's see if Gukesh sticks with that first move. It looks, it's difficult to say. Is it 1e4? Nope, he's not going with it. So he brings the piece back. Yeah, press conference was a disaster. Don't they have a... All right, we have a move, I believe. All right, it should be updating any moment now. Let's just see. Okay. Speaking of technical problems, why is this board not updating? What I can do first, let's just... Oh, I guess I can just refresh this and then we'll see. This will help. Okay, we have the first move on the board. It was d4, and we have the move knight to f6 on the board. Okay, I'll head over to the analysis, the big analysis board, just so that we can see some of the moves coming off. All right, so we do have d4, but instead of c4 here, Gukesh, he goes for knight to f3. So c4, that would have been setting up the Catalan potentially. All right, we have definitely a solid opening. And now, wow, okay. I was going to say c3. Okay, so now we have Queen's Gambit. And the question is, are we going to see c4? Are we going to see e3? Are we going to see c3? c3 is... Oh, hold on. Sorry. Let's just update this. Okay, there we go. We have e6 on the board. All right, good. The main board has been updated, so let's get back there. We can just follow the players at this point. Your live board is in analysis mode. Thanks. Thanks, Membrane Potential. I appreciate that. I think we're all up to date now. And we've also got some audio of the pieces moving, which is important. Yesterday, I didn't have that, so I was missing all of the live moves. All right, let's mute this. Great. Mute tab. Sweet. All right, so let's take a look at the open. We've got the Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation. We are now, what, move 5? Black to move. And the most common move at this point is c6. We have c6. That would be not a huge surprise. 2,550 games have reached this position. And with black, options include c6, also something like bishop to e7, just developing the bishop, preparing to castle with the black pieces. But the overwhelming choice here for Deng would be to play c6. The majority of games, of the 2,550 games, c6 is played 1,500, so around 70%, 66% of the time, we're going to expect to see c6, just supporting this pawn. And there are still plenty of options in terms of development. down the line. Bets on Gukesh. Okay, Mark Ord's back in the chat, and he's got his money out on the table in this game. All right, the real one is also here. I'm on time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to you, the real one. Thanks for joining. Hello to all. Great to have you guys in the chat. We're going to have a really great time today. I'm excited. I'm feeling energized. I have my morning coffee. And today's snack of choice is a jungle bar. I did mention before that I had this snack, but we had the peanut butter variety. Today we got the chocolate variety. So I'm all ready for this matchup. I've got fuel and yeah, excited to see what happens. So it could be interesting. As soon as we see Ding spending some time thinking here, we might find that he's not necessarily just taking c6 for granted. He would have played this pretty much automatically without thinking if he was going to play c6. He might still do, but the longer the time goes on, the more likely it is that he's going to start deviating from the norms. As we saw in the first game, remember a5, half an hour to play a5 in that first game. So the question is, if he's not going to play c6, and say if he's not going to play the next best move, bishop to e7, what are the other options? Bishop to b4 is a move. So bringing the bishop all the way out and pinning the knight, which makes sense. If we do see something like bishop to b4, can play bishop to g5, and both of these bishops sort of accomplishing similar things where they're pinning the knight, but the only difference being, of course, is that here the knight is being pinned to the king, and this side the knight is being pinned to the queen. So this could be a possible option that Ding might be considering. Other options include what? Knight b to d7. It's bringing the knight through. I think a lot of beginners see this move as, okay, we do have a move. All right, so Ding does decide to go for c6, and immediately Gukesh snaps off queen to c2. This is definitely a move that you see actually quite a lot from Black's perspective in the Sicilian. Often we have the queen over here on c7 in many different lines of the Sicilian. It's actually a very good square for the queen in a lot of different openings. You're taking control of this diagonal, and this particular line has been played 1,366 times, often followed by either g6. Interesting. g6 is a move preparing to fianchetto the bishop and castle for black. Apart from that, you can also play still bishop to e7, developing the bishop. I think the priority here for black is to say, okay, we need to sort out the bishop problem. We need a castle, and there are two ways to do that. Putting the bishop on e7, you can castle immediately. Playing g6, you can put the bishop on g7 and then castle. So black is definitely sort of more inclined to prioritize some kind of defensive strategy or of just making sure that the king is safe. All right, to the chats, we have Kanishk. Kanishk, welcome to you. Nice to see you in the chats. Hope you're having a good day. And we've got the Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation on the board. And Kanishk, I was thinking of you earlier. If you rewind the stream, you will see that I was referring to your studying, because on the Reddit front page of the chess subreddit, there was a post where someone posted 60 minutes of chilling with Ding, which I thought you might like for studying. So it's like chilled out music to study with Ding. So go and take a look at that. Take a look at that. That might be something that you could use later. Hey, Anna is also here. Welcome, welcome, Anna. Smiley face. Anna's my wonderful girlfriend. She's at work now, doing very important things for people in high places. So she's pretty supportive. Not the biggest chess fan on earth, but she still watches for my sake, which I appreciate. So thank you so much. All right, do we have a move? We don't yet have a move, but we're waiting to see what Ding is going to come up with after Gukesh played queen to c2. So, questions. We did look at these two options in terms of fianchettoing or just developing the bishop castles. Other options include bishop to d6. Another good square for this bishop. This is slightly less popular Only 144 games have reached this point, and you can see that the engine still gives a little bit more of an edge for white. And in fact, if we were to see this, this would be maybe a bit of a surprise. So from this position, 144 games have played. 49% of those games, white wins. 25% are draws. 26% are wins for black. So not completely out of the realm of possible, but it would be a little bit of a surprise. Knight to a6 is another move. This really might surprise you if you're kind of familiar with the basic principles of chess. Why knight to a6? Such a strange looking move. They say a knight on the rim is grim, and that would certainly be the case here. But the difference is that this knight actually has plenty of options in terms of development. It could reroute back to c7. We do have a move, so let's take a look at what we saw. All right, so we saw one of the expected moves, and we've got g6 on the board. And now it's almost certain that Ding is going to put the bishop on g7 and castle. Yeah, it's starting to look like an interesting game. And we have a follow-up immediately. We've got, wow, our first big departure. This is interesting, folks. This is very interesting. Gukesh trying to get out of book as quickly as possible. And here on move 7, he's played h3. h3. Very, very surprising. h3 played just 6 times. No wins for white. No wins for white. That is very, very shocking. I don't think anyone would have expected h3. He's clearly prepared this, and now I can guarantee you we're going to have a big tank from Ding. That is, yeah, that is a shocker. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Only one move out of the 6 games that have reached this position for black, and that's bishop to f5. Bishop to f5, attacking the queen. And now this queen on c2 was looking a little bit shaky. You'd like to block, but of course you can't because this just hangs a pawn. So what do you do here? You just move the queen to b3. Queen to b3 makes sense, putting pressure on the weak b7 pawn. But this is already very, very surprising. I mean, especially with how quickly Gukesh... This is clearly Gukesh is in preparation. He just snaps off h3. Very, very interesting. Looks like an interesting game. Let's go, Gukesh. No wins, haha. Yeah, look, no wins means nothing. It's a very small sample size. 6 games have been played. Out of those 6 games, 4 of them were draws. 2 of them were losses for white, where black won. And I mean, I keep mentioning this. Carlson says time and time again, in order to play for a win, at some point out of the opening, you have to play something that is not perfect. You have to actually play a slight inaccuracy almost. Even though this isn't really an inaccuracy, you have to do something that gets your opponent out of book and creates a new game. And once there's a new game, the possibilities that emerge are just endless. We're not going to be seeing these long lines of theory. We're going to be seeing new chess. We're going to hopefully see some really exciting chess today. And this signals Gukesh's intent of wanting to play for a win potentially today. Mark Allwood said Magnus is the GOAT, so I'm glad that Gukesh is doing something a bit interesting. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is really exciting. This is really exciting. I think let's take a look at some analysis of h3. h3, I mean, when we look at it, if you didn't know the fact that there was this surprise in terms of theory, it would make sense, right? Because of the fact that this h3 move guards the g4 square. The knight can no longer jump in. All right, we have 2 moves on the board. Sorry, I don't know why this live browser is not... Okay. I don't know why this isn't actually indicating that there's been a move. We'll take a look at that in a bit, but let's jump back to the game. All right, so we had one of the lines that we looked at. This is the most popular line where the bishop comes to f5 and chases away the queen. I mean, let's just back up. So before we had h3, bishop to g5 is a big move. Most of the games have bishop to g5. And then we do still have this follow-up. But here, the queen can come to b3, and white actually has a significant advantage. So instead, h3 first. It's possible maybe we transpose back into something later. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But now that the queen is on b3, there's a very serious and clear threat. This pawn on b7 is hanging. So in order to deal with that, you can actually just play queen to b6, offering an exchange of queens. And the 5 games that have reached this position, g4 is the next move. g4 makes a lot of sense. You cannot allow this bishop just to have complete control over this b1 f5 diagonal. This needs to be dealt with. And after, say, an exchange of queens, a takes b, bishop to c2 is the next main move, which is really interesting, allowing this bishop to infiltrate and put pressure on the hanging b3 pawn. But now you can play bishop to f4, which is interesting, just giving up this. And now h5. Whoa, things start becoming very, very dicey. Very, very dicey. And it's kind of interesting because both of these bishops are now like super, super powerful. They're both on the long diagonals, and you're saying, okay, I'm going to give up this pawn. Wow, this is wild. This is actually quite wild. This is actually, if we see this position, I think we might well be in store for a decisive result. Okay, enough of the openings. Let's take a look at the analysis board. All right, so we have exactly what we expected. We have the queen coming to b6. And we have g5 now. Okay, we have g5 now. So what we were expecting in the line that we calculated, takes, and then bishop to c2. Sorry, not there, bishop to c2. Glad me and Gukesh are on the same page. Love the high energy play by Guki. Bishop takes b8, rook takes b8, and then rook takes a7. All right, let's just back up. Let's see where that is. Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Right. Okay, so the threat here is quite simple. So you capture the knight, and you're going to be able to... This pawn's obviously hanging. So if you, for example... let's just take a look here. If you capture this pawn... Yeah, so you can recapture this way. Takes, and then recapture on a7. But the engine seems to think that there's something better. So this is never really a hanging pawn. Looks a little bit like that pawn's hanging, but you can reclaim by playing this way. But the engine actually prefers here knight to e4. Wait, hold on, sorry. Knight to e4 here. There we go. Bishop to g2. And now knight to d7. Yeah, so there's this tension that's in the air. Once the knight moves, this tactic about capturing the knight, the rook capturing, and then recapturing on a7 is no longer possible. So I guess this pawn is now hanging outright, but the engine just prefers castles here. Now bishop to b4. Sheesh. And this is already quite tense. I think one of the things that's very interesting is that the bishop is prioritizing here development. And also it kind of appreciates the fact that this pawn can be captured at some point. Right now you're threatening to take, and then things are falling apart. If you capture here, takes, now your knight's hanging, and you have to move your knight, and this pawn, I guess you could move back. Let's try this. Takes. Bishop takes. Oh, bishop takes. I was thinking pawn takes. What's wrong with pawn takes? Yeah, because I was expecting knight to d2. Oh, knight to d2. And now, if you capture the pawn on b3, you can capture this pawn on e4. Okay. All right, let's head back to the position as it is on the board. We've just had g4 played. And back to the openings, the one thing I haven't looked at is the 4 games that have reached this position. So we're not quite yet out of, I mean, we're out of traditional theory, but we have still not reached a completely original game yet. And the 4 games that reached this position resulted, 2 of them with black playing takes, and then there are 2 left now. One of those games end with bishop to c2, putting pressure on the b3 pawn, and the other one has bishop to e6, which is, oh sorry, bishop to e6. Just ignoring this kind of threat, putting the bishop on a solid square, and then bishop to g2. The other 2 games after g4 are bishop to e6. Still bishop to e6 now instead of exchanging. So it's maybe more of an order thing. So if we see anything other than that, then we'll have a completely original game. And this is the point where Ding is already getting much deeper into his time reserves here. All right, let's take a look at the chats. We've had quite a few comments. Let me just back up. Whoa. If it were white to move in that variation. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, so we looked at that line. I cannot help but hate on Ding. I had $100 on him last night and he refused to take the pawn and go for a win. Yeah, well, this is what happens when you put money on the line. Suddenly you have a lot more skin in the game. Yeah, right. That is your problem. You bet. Lebowski. Welcome, Lebowski. I think this is the first time I've seen you in the chats. Tell me, Lebowski, is that named after the famous movie The Big Lebowski? Is that where you got your username from? I'd like to know. Okay, he joined. Seems like Ding wants a draw. Okay. Now, some of the things that we're expecting could be either an exchange or either bishop to e6. If it's not either of these moves, then it'll be something else. So let's take a look at what else could be played in this position from black's perspective. Bishop to e4. Bishop to e4 is also a move. This would create a completely new game. This, I'm not entirely sure that we'll see this, although it is interesting because I guess you're not super interested in capturing. I don't think, maybe, no, you can't capture. I guess if you take, now knight takes. I was thinking pawn takes, and then whenever this knight moves to, so for example, if you take with a pawn, d takes e. Now knight to d2. Is this pawn not hanging now? Feels like it is, but the engine doesn't seem super inclined to take. Okay, so that's one possible. Let's just see what happens here if you do take. Oh, queen takes b7, of course. That's not an option. That was silly. So yeah, that isn't too much of a concern. But if you do capture here and this knight gets an outpost, it's not entirely clear. I guess you can play knight to d2 now, but then... Yeah, it just feels still a little unclear. Definitely nothing definitive for white. So maybe this is actually an idea for black to play this. Put the bishop on e4 and say, hey, do you want to take my dark square bishop? Sorry, my light square bishop? Could be. All right, Ding, deep in thought, deep in thought. Apart from bishop to e4, what else is there? Yeah, I think the engine just loves these main lines. Let's see. Okay, you need to deal with the bishop, obviously, because the bishop's under attack. You can't do anything else except for moving this bishop somewhere. Spend a little bit more time looking at this line of capturing and then putting the bishop on c2. Bishop on c2, attacking this pawn. Now, bishop to f4. Just say, okay, if you want this, you can take, but the line that we looked at takes. Now rook takes. You'll reclaim your pawn, and you'll have the a file, which would be quite good. knight to d2. Okay, knight to d2. Oh, knight to d2 is even better. Knight to d. I can see why you want to play knight to d2. All right, so this is the move that I didn't really appreciate at the time, but now I'm starting to understand. So if we back up, say we get an exchange of queens here. Takes, bishop to c2, attacking this loose pawn. And now you just ignore the pawn. You're like, I don't care about the pawn. I'm going to play bishop to f4. If you capture, you can take over here. So this is the line that we briefly looked at. Takes, and now you can recapture the a pawn. But the engine seems to think, no, there's something better. And the line was this. It's that after you go here, and if you do decide to take, you can play knight to d2, attacking this bishop. If you go back bishop to c2, things are starting to get quite scary now, because the bishop is very close to being trapped. You attack the bishop. Where does the bishop go? Bishop to e4. And now f3 is the nail in the bishop's coffin. f3. Okay, so you have to be very, very careful here. No squares for the bishop. So if we back up, after playing knight to d2, the only real option, at this point, it would be really bad for black already. You'd have to play over here, and now you can take on c4, takes, and now e3. I was thinking, can't you take here and then continue? Rook takes b8, and now capturing on a7. This is what I was thinking. This pawn looks a little shaky. It's going to be not so easy to defend. But there's something better. What is the something better? e3. e3 attacking. And if you try and defend, oh no, now things are really falling apart, because you have bishop to g2, and this diagonal is super, super vulnerable. You're threatening to capture on b5, and you can't take back because the bishop's going to capture the rook. Wow. How about that? How about that? Yeah, so these are several reasons why you don't need to worry about this pawn. You can just put the bishop on f4 and go about your business if you're playing with the white pieces. This is not a meaningful threat, capturing on b3. And also, even if it were, it's a doubled pawn. This isn't really going to be the most useful pawn anyway. You could basically just give it up if you had some kind of counterplay. Unfortunately for white, you can get counterplay, and you can also regain that lost pawn at a later stage. All right, let's take a look at our poll. How are we doing in the polls? 18 folks who have voted, 56% think Gukesh, and 39% Ding Liren, and 6% say draw. Interesting. Let's head back to the main board. Still waiting on Gukesh to decide what is he going to do. Is he going to exchange and put the bishop on c2, which, just from our analysis, we can already see is maybe a little bit dubious for black. It has the potential for going wrong for black. Or I think Ding is more likely to play solidly and just retreat the bishop to e6 and say, okay, I'm not going to go for this pawn. It's a doubled pawn. I don't have to worry about trying to capture material this early in the game, especially if that material means that positionally I could be a little bit worse off. Oh, sorry, did I say Ding instead of Gukesh? Yeah, it looks interesting because Ding here seems a little bit pained by this decision. He seems a little uncomfortable about what to do. Although it's sometimes quite difficult to always tell with Ding. He seems like he's continually down on himself. But someone mentioned, this is one of the big problems when you're playing against someone like this. Usually, when you're playing an elite athlete, think of the elite athletes of the world, the Roger Federers, the Rafael Nadals, basically anyone who's at the top of their game. I watch a lot of tennis, that's why I use tennis examples. They are massively confident in their ability, right? It's a big thing. You can't reach the top of your domain without having this real meaningful confidence in yourself. Suddenly, the world champion is Ding, and notoriously has very little confidence in himself. It becomes very difficult. You're trying to beat this guy, and he's sort of beating himself up, and then comes out and wins the first game and is just so relaxed. I think it creates a very strange dynamic, especially when you're trying to challenge someone like that. There aren't really sort of many head games or mental games because, you know, they're already so self-critical and self-judgmental. Yeah, be confident like Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer's a perfect example. You look at Bobby Fischer, and I think he's a perfect example of someone who was really, really confident in himself, had huge amounts of self-belief. Probably the first time in recent history that we've had a world chess champion that doesn't have some of those personality traits. Yeah. Ding does look stressed. Like you said, no confidence. I mean, I doubt that. I think he does come across that way, but he must have some understanding of what he's done and what he's capable of. I think it's just been a little bit of a rough road for him the last, like, I don't know, 6 months or so. Just because of the fact that he hasn't been performing at such a high level. But in many ways, it's just worked out really well for him. All right, folks, we have a move on the board. Let's see the move. It's a little bit of a delay with the footage. Oh. Okay. Let's head back to the main screen. Got a couple of moves on the board. Ding has gone for the line that we've discussed. This is very interesting. Okay, I'm way more excited that Ding has played bishop to c2 instead of playing bishop to e6, because this creates a whole plethora of options in terms of what could happen next. Exciting times. Okay, so one of the things that we were calculating about why this bishop on c2, you know, threatening to potentially snap up this b3 pawn, I mean, the only reason you'd put it here is to threaten it. And you might say, okay, well, I want to defend it. You don't really need to, because of the fact that you can play this move, bishop to f4. Bishop to f4. And after it takes, just say, I'm going to give up this pawn for the time being. The bishop has kind of committed itself. One of the other problems is once the bishop comes to c2, look at the squares that are available for the bishop. There must be a way to kind of hold the balance here that we haven't looked at so much. Okay. And I guess the idea would be after bishop to f4 that you don't capture this pawn yet. You need to do a little bit of work to make sure that everything's kind of okay. And starting off with say bishop to e7, developing this bishop. This is also an incredibly counterintuitive move, because of the fact that you created space on g7 in order to fianchetto the bishop, and now you're saying, no, I don't want to do that. What's so bad about bishop to g? Now e3. It just feels very, very dicey for this bishop. Once it's committed itself to c2, it can no longer escape. There are very, very few squares that are available. Okay, of course the bishop can come back to e4 for the time being, and that's fine. But if, for example, you take, this pawn really feels like it could be very, very much poisoned. All right, let's take a look at some of the comments. But also more stress than I thought. Where were these moves last night? Ding! Mark Allwood says. All right, so we have exactly what we expected on the board. Had this move, bishop to f4. And the simplest reason, for those of you just tuning in, the simplest reason why you should be very cautious about capturing this pawn is because of the fact there's this tactic, or not tactic, but just a way to recapture in a roundabout way. Capturing the knight after rook takes, you can capture the pawn on a7, but you don't have to do it immediately. You can actually throw in knight to d2 first, putting pressure on this bishop and forcing it to decide where it's going to go. And if it comes back and tries to sort of extrapolate itself from this dicey position, because it's running out of squares, conquer here, obviously. Once it comes back, its squares are limited. You, for example, go here. Now you just threaten the bishop again, and once it moves to e4, you play the devastating f3. And that would be super heartbreaking if you were Ding Liren. You would probably, be doing one of these. All right, sorry guys. I'm having a little too much fun today. So yeah, you need to be careful here. F3 is pretty devastating. But obviously, Ding has calculated this. He's not going to fall into such a rudimentary blunder. But one does wonder, if you play bishop to c2, you really are... The only reason you've played bishop to c2 is to capture this pawn. So the question is, are you going to, or are you going to just keep it here for the time being and then start developing your other pieces, knowing that, okay, you're not quite trapped yet. So long as the knight isn't on d2 and you're able to push f3, you're probably fine. All right, let's head back to the board. We do have a move, and we have one of the moves that we haven't really spent too much time calculating. We have this very exciting move, h5. Wow, h5 and then rook to g1. This is one of the first lines that I looked at. I just didn't go into too much depth. So out of the openings, there is still one game that has reached this position. Only one game has survived to this point. Move 12. And the game that reached this position, black just captures on g4. We have takes, h takes g, and now bishop takes b3. Now bishop takes b3. So that was played in this game. I don't think that we'll see that. Because of reasons that we already described. Because of the fact that you can play knight to d2. And this bishop is actually quite horribly placed here. And after it comes back, because of the fact that the knight has moved back, now f3 is available, is an option for white to trap the bishop. And the compensation is, okay, yeah, you've got the h file with the black pieces, but you know, the queens are off the board, so some of the threats that you might normally expect when you open up the h file are not quite as pronounced, we'll say, because there isn't a queen to coordinate with a rook. So the question I have is, to say we get to this point and we have takes. Now what would the next move be? Knight b to d7. Okay, so this tactic of taking and then kind of roundabout way of capturing on a7 is no longer a thing. Let's head back to the chat. Sorry, I'm kind of getting a bit distracted here. The pin is monstrous, especially because of the g4 pawn. Yes. Yeah. So, okay. Are you talking about this pin? That's why rook to g1 was played. Rook to g1, obviously the threat of capturing, you well spotted that you can't capture back because of the fact that this knight, you need to play like bishop to g2 before you can set this up, but you actually don't have time to. All right, we do have exactly what we saw on the board and what we were hoping for. And that is takes. No, it's funny. Keep having fun. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your grace in the chat. Kind of like my attention's darting all over the place. It's difficult. Multitasking has never been a strong suit of mine, but it's been a strong inclination of mine, which is not a good combination. There's like so many different things going on. I'm like, oh, there's the chessboard, there's the chat, there's all the different scenes. It's hard. Streaming's hard. Like when you see what Hikaru does, people are like, oh, that looks fun. It's tough. It's not easy. Okay, if I subscribe, will you review one of my chess games to put on YouTube? You know what I will say, Mark, is that I'll potentially do that on stream one day. Well, during this Chess World Championship, maybe if we have a particularly early day, you can send me the game and I'll bookmark it. And if we have some time at the end of one of these games, we might do like a little bit of a post-stream hangout. So yeah, definitely, I will definitely take a look at it. So you can send me a link. Okay, so back to the game. We have h takes on g4. This is on the board, and now Ding with the black pieces to move. And this is the point where there's a significant mistake that can be made by capturing the b3 pawn. This b3 pawn is still not hanging for reasons that we described many times. And what we need to figure out is that if we can't take on b3 yet, is there some way to prepare capturing this pawn? Because if we don't, this bishop just looks stupid, having come down to c2. It really doesn't make sense. So what would the engine prefer? We're going to start off with this, so that the whole idea of capturing on b8, taking back with the rook, and capturing on a7 is not a threat from black's perspective. And then we're going to play rook to c1 and saying, okay, bishop, you need to decide what you're going to do. The bishop captures, which is kind of what it's supposed to do. We can't really do anything else. Now knight to d2. Yeah, okay, I suppose it's not quite as significant of a threat. So the thing that we were talking about is, okay, so bishop to c4 takes e3, threatening to capture this pawn. And we were saying that if you play b5 earlier, then this is like terrifying, because you have bishop to g2, eyeballing the long diagonal, and look at, I mean, what can you do to try and challenge this bishop on g2? Nothing. Also, you're threatening to take on b5. Tactics, you can't capture back because of the fact that the rook is hanging. So this is dicey. This is actually quite scary for Ding. And I would go as far as saying, if we see anything along these lines, that this might be another big opportunity for Gukesh with the white pieces. On top of that, we have what we saw in the first game, where Gukesh has blitzed out this. He knows what he's doing. He's obviously still in his preparation to get to this move, and having only used 4 minutes. So yeah, this is pretty wild. Okay, cool. I'll have a look at some of my games. I subbed last night. What a legend. I appreciate that. Guys, if you are new here, do consider doing the whole like the stream, subscribe, all of that good stuff. It does help. And yeah, either way, of course, doesn't matter if you do it or not. I'm still going to be here. But yeah, it helps build up a little bit of momentum on YouTube. I think we have to start with knight to d7, not because of the threat of winning the pawn, but I guess rather the threat of the pin on e5. Okay, so let's back up. Knight b to d7. And the threat, sorry, what was it? The threat of winning the pawn, but rather the threat of the pin on e5. Oh, yes. Okay. So this is, yeah, well, I'm not quite as convinced that that's as meaningful of a threat, because of the fact that you can very comfortably defend this knight. I mean, even if you don't play this immediately, the threat of playing bishop to e5, you can play it now, defending the knight and then also threatening the bishop. Not sure if this is that consequential of a threat, but I suppose it could have been if this move wasn't available and if the bishop also wasn't able to come here. But I will say one thing about black's position is that by putting the bishop on g7, it's actually not that great of a bishop. If you look at the light squared bishop, this has all of the potential in the world. Especially if things open up along this diagonal, along the a8 h1 diagonal. This bishop could become a massive monster. We were talking about the most valuable piece, right? In the pre-game warm-up, and how Carlson and Gotham Chess were both like, yeah, there was no valuable piece, most valuable piece in the last game. It might be the case that this unassuming light square bishop that hasn't even moved off its starting square might be the MVP of this game. We'll see. Oh, I didn't see that the knight defends from d7. Yeah, it's always a little bit weird when you have the two knights kind of staring at each other. And usually it's not that great, because you want the knights kind of controlling as many squares as possible and not necessarily controlling their own squares. But in this instance, this seems like probably an expected move. Okay, so we have takes. This is on the board, and now we're waiting for Ding to figure out knight b to... Okay, the one move that we haven't looked at is knight to e4. And Knight to e4. Okay. We haven't done any analysis on this move. Superfluous knights. Yeah, nice. There we go. Sheesh. Okay, so takes, bishop takes. This would be one way to kind of extrapolate the bishop from its position. And now knight to d2. Knight to d2 is important. Putting pressure on this bishop. And I guess the bishop doesn't have any squares. Oh, it does. No. That can't be a thing. I was gonna say this would be like the worst move. It's being defended by the rook. Maybe? No. This is crazy. So the bishop. Oh, okay. So you actually just have to give up the bishop, knight to a6, and just say, okay, cool. But now, oh, this actually makes sense. This is probably, wouldn't surprise me if we saw this. Oh, this isn't quite as exciting though. This would kind of be a shame. Knight to e4. Is there anything else you can do here? No, you probably just do have to take. I don't know why I didn't spend any time calculating this. Knight to d2, knight to a6, and then bishop to e5. Okay, so Kanish, maybe this threat of bishop to e5 is a little bit more reasonable of a threat than I initially thought. Rook to h6. Wow. That surprises me. And now queenside castles. Also a bit of a scary move. Whenever you see that there's a bishop over here controlling the few remaining squares. I mean, if you get a knight, for example, if you could play this and this knight wasn't here, that's mate. So you always have to be a little bit careful. But of course, it's not that meaningful of a threat because you can just snap this bishop off on e4 at any point. But here the engine still says white is doing really nice. So we'll have to wait and see what Ding does before we maybe go too in-depth in this position. But if I had to guess, I would say knight to e4 might be a real consideration. But it's between these two moves. Knight b to d7 or knight to e4. All right, let's take a look at our poll. How are we doing with the poll? Gukesh, 53%, Ding, 42%, draw 5%. We've got 19 votes in. Really exciting. Guys, let me know how the stream is. So yesterday I was streaming in 720, 720p. And today I've bumped it up to HD, but then I had to fiddle a little bit. So let me know if the stream quality is noticeably better from yesterday. I might just put it back. But if it is nice and clear, then we can definitely stick to this. Internet seems to be holding up today as well, which is always encouraging. Yeah, we have another moment where Ding is deep in calculation. One of the interesting things about Ding that you may not know is that he is a trained lawyer as well, which I found to be very surprising considering his temperament. I don't know if that involves being up and defending folks in actual court, but it might well do. He's obviously smart enough to do basically whatever he wants, but I think that's quite admirable. And it's a little bit of a reminder of what chess used to be like not that long ago. You know, if we went back to chess in the 50s and 60s and 70s and up until the 80s, it was not uncommon for high level chess players to have jobs, just normal jobs where they worked as doctors and lawyers and obviously professions where you have to be very intelligent. Not that, you know, being a strong chess player is purely based on intelligence, but I think at the very highest level, it's definitely more of a consideration, more of a factor. So it's quite cool to see that Ding is sort of a working professional and he has those skills. I think that's pretty awesome. He's a lawyer because it helps him defending losing positions. Man. You see, this is why this live stream, in my humble opinion, is the best. Smaller community, but quality in the comment section. I'm watching on my phone anywhere. 480p is clear for me. Okay, that's good to know. Member in potential, I appreciate that. Yeah, okay, let's just jump back to the primary board. Still waiting on Ding. And again, we are having a situation where Ding has an enormous time deficit straight out of the opening. It's move 13, so not quite as early as move 7, which was what we saw in game 1, but still, this is a long think from Ding. Very long think from Ding. Man, I wish there was a way for me to react to your comments. All right, I'll just do one of these. 100% celebrates and smiling face. There you go. That's good stuff. Yeah. So I think it really, if we look, just continuing my thought on sort of modern chess, this thing about being like a professional chess player, because of the fact that there was very, very little money in chess up until more recently, where it's become more financially viable for the top players to play. You see a lot of people that are outside the top 100, 200 chess players in the world. Some of the only way that they're going to make money is coaching and content creation. And that's what we saw from Levy. He kind of pioneered the way for that, where he realized, man, I'm not the best player in the world. I'm not even close, but he has a skill set where he's so much stronger than the vast majority of even strong chess players on Earth, that he can find a way to monetize that by making really exciting and engaging content. So you have to be a little bit creative, I think, as a chess player, in terms of how you do that. And it's become increasingly competitive in that space. So, okay, let's do a little bit more analysis. What outside of these two moves, Bishop, knight to d7, or knight to e4, those are the two moves we looked at. What about bishop to e7? We did briefly discuss this move, just saying how it's weird not to put the bishop on g7, considering you played g6 earlier. The whole point is to fianchetto. But now rook to c1, bishop takes b3, and knight to d7. And what's tricky here is the line that we looked at earlier is still probably on the cards. Knight takes c4, takes, and e3, threatening to capture this, and you can't defend this pawn, or you really shouldn't, because of the fact that you can play bishop to g2. So we're not going to. We're just going to give this up and play what? Rook to h4. Rook to h4. Okay, bishop to e2. So still not capturing. Again, the threat of defending this pawn is not that much of a concern for white, at least, because you can still put the bishop on this diagonal. Although it's not on g2, you can put it on f3, and it kind of functions the same way. And this is sort of a multi-purpose move in that you're defending this pawn twice, because when the rook comes to h4, the threat is of course, it's being attacked twice, and it's only being defended once. So you need to defend it a second time. You don't really want to play f3. Why? Because of the fact that that cuts off the long diagonal. This bishop definitely needs to... This is a huge part of why white has an edge here, is because of this long diagonal and the pressure that this bishop exerts along the long diagonal. So, bishop to e2 makes sense. Don't want to play f3. f3 maybe later, but in fact, as long as this light square bishop is on the board, I don't see f3 being played at all. But maybe if there's some exchange for some reason, it could happen. And now knight b... Okay, so this is more of an order thing. I feel like we'd probably find this line something similar. But then the order is just slightly different. So, bishop to g5. Yeah. This is really scary, because even though Ding in this position is up a pawn, you can capture this basically at any point. It's not that big of a concern, this pawn. It's undefendable from Black's perspective, and it appears that there's a I'm just thinking here, what about rook to... All right, let's take a look at the chat. I think it became more viable because of Bobby Fischer, because after that, I think prize funds increased greatly. Yeah, that's true. Fischer was very serious about saying, no, we need to make sure that there's money in this, otherwise he just wouldn't play. Yeah, he was definitely much more hardcore when it came to prize money. And also, much more recently, if you think of like the Queen's Gambit, that was huge. The massive wave after the pandemic of people sitting at home and trying to find new hobbies that they could enjoy, and kind of dusting off their old chessboard and saying, okay, let's play a game. Why not? And suddenly the Queen's Gambit, everyone was watching and getting into chess again, and that really created this beautiful renaissance in chess, which I guess my channel also benefited from that. I don't think I would have nearly as many views and subscribers on this channel as I would have if it weren't for that peak in interest. Okay. Let's take a look at the chat. I keep getting distracted. Not sure if you looked at bishop to c4 with the idea of knight to e4 already, but I guess there's rook to a4. Okay, bishop to c4. Oh, bishop takes c4, do you mean? Bishop takes c4. Yeah, rook to a4. So the problem is that there is a little bit of an issue once the rook comes to h4, is that it is being attacked twice. So you have to defend it twice. You can't just let this pawn hang. And because of that, it does somewhat mean that for the time being, the c4 pawn is you don't want to capture it yet. But you still can't defend because of the fact that, let me just pull this up on the big screen. If you do defend, you still have bishop to f3. And you can see the analysis bar is just going crazy. It's very, very risky. And it's more complicated by the fact that this rook on a8 is stuck there. You're kind of a move behind. You need to have played knight to d7 first. And this creates a whole lot of complications. This is definitely a mistake that you would see at a lower level. You can see even players sort of 15, 16, 1700 might just say, okay, well, I've got a pawn. I'm going to try and hold on to it. Play a move like b5, not realizing how detrimental it would be positionally because of the fact that these pieces are essentially underdeveloped. And this is where you become very materialistic and you miss things when you say, oh, I want to hold on to a pawn. Something that is maybe quite thematic in openings, like the King's Gambit or the Queen's Gambit, when you have the Queen's Gambit accepted and you're trying to defend that pawn. Very, very similar, that you sort of back a tempo in terms of moves. You need to develop your pieces to avoid any of these types of positional blunders. Oh, bishop to b4. b4. How do you... Oh, at what point do you play bishop to b4, though? Oh, black plays bishop to b4. I see. Yes. Okay, let's take a look at that. That's kind of interesting. At what point? Do you mean right now? So let's get the live board. Hold on, we need to get back. We've really jumped ahead a little. Let's go to the main board, and then I'll do this analysis on the smaller analysis board. Okay, so we had takes, and this move has not yet been played. So this is the live position right now, yeah. Okay. So, black to move and play bishop to b4 now. Yeah, knight to d2. Knight to e4. Oh, it's starting to get a little bit scary. It might be the case, yeah, that there's still threats about this bishop on c2 getting trapped. Let's just do something crazy and just like castle or whatever. Yeah, rook to c1. So rook to c1, and then of course the bishop comes back, and then you just play f3. And once you play f3, the bishop's trapped. So you need to make sure that there's a path of escape. And one of the ways to do that is actually to jump in with the knight now, play knight to e4 now, and allow white to... You can actually take with the e pawn. That's really interesting. Now this I haven't looked at quite as much. And now it looks like this bishop is very trapped. But there must be some kind of way of escaping. Let's play knight to a6. Rook to c1. Oh, knight to b4 saves the day. It just feels very uncomfortable because it's actually kind of brilliant of an idea. Usually this type of setup is super ill-advised because you would say, oh, well, I just removed the defender, the knight's on b4, and I'm golden. But how are you going to do that? There are no pawns to try and kick this knight away. And because of the fact that you don't really have a massive reach in terms of pieces, just in terms of proximity on the queen side, you can't really do anything right now to sort that out. Ooh, this is interesting. Also, playing this particular line means that you're not really encouraged to play e3 because you want this pawn guarding the square. For example, if you play e3, really bad news. So you can jump in, and then you get this huge outpost with a bishop on d3, which would really be a nightmare. Wow. That is really interesting. It's actually quite brilliant that you can get away with this. I'm sure they would have calculated, but it's one of those lines that if you just miss one tiny little detail and you have this setup with the knight on b4 and the bishop on c2, one small detail could mean that you are a few moves away from losing a piece. So yeah, pretty risky. How long has Ding been thinking for? Now we're asking the real questions. I mean, it has been a very long time. Enough for us to do some serious analysis here. Okay, so this is the position as it stands. Let's just go back to the starts. We don't have... Oh, we can look at the moves. Yes, we've got an idea here of how long he's been thinking for. Do we? It hasn't updated yet. It will as soon as he moves. So I'll be able to tell you after the fact. But I mean, it's been certainly... Actually, I can do a little bit of maths, I guess, just looking at the moves that he's played up to for now. 43 seconds. Okay, that's a minute, minute and a half. 4 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes. 12 minutes. All right, so it's about 28 minutes. Okay, 28 minutes. And yeah, so about the same amount of time on this move that he spent on all of the previous moves. So he's been in the tank for about half an hour now. Yeah, wild. Out of interest, the evaluation in terms of the accuracy is 99.7% for white and 100% for black, which is very interesting. Neither player really giving up anything. And I think that tiny little bit of an edge that was given up has to do with white playing something slightly unusual with this h3 move. But yeah, I think now it's time. Ding needs to move. One of the things I was watching with the C Squared podcast, Fabi was saying that he was watching the live coverage and the comment section was really irritating for him. He was like super annoyed because of the fact that the comments were saying in the first game, after Ding spent like however long he spent on move 7, that everyone was saying, oh, he's going to flag, he's going to lose this game, it's over already, he's going to lose the entire World Chess Championship because of the fact that he was spending so much time on one move. And I think a lot of people that are maybe new to the world of chess don't realize that in classical games, you can do this. You can spend a long time, and especially considering once you reach move 40, that there's additional time, there's an increment that's involved. It's important that if you feel like there's a big decision that needs to be made, that you take as much time as you need. And I think Ding knows that. He's old enough and experienced enough to know there's nothing wrong with taking that time. And I think now some of the viewers will have a little bit of a different appreciation for, spending a lot of time on one move. That said, there is almost now an hour difference between the two players. So, yeah. Pretty wild. Let's jump into the slightly larger view so that we can see exactly Ding's body language, how he's feeling. All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back shortly. All right, we're back. Back in business. What did I miss? Man, we are still waiting. Guys, it'll be 2 minutes. 2 minutes until there is a full hour difference between the two players. What on earth? I mean, I did like a little monologue now on how it's not the end of the world, but as it approaches a full hour, it starts to become something that could have an influence on the game. Especially if Gukesh is able to find a couple of strong moves that follow up. Bear in mind that the engine says that it's more or less equal, but only one move will keep things under control for black. And that's by playing knight to d7. That needs to be played. I think knight to e4 is still playable. It's not very easy for white to punish black long term from this move, but the safest is certainly this move, knight to d7, for reasons that we discussed previously in this whole situation of capturing the pawn on a7. So yeah, we're definitely entering into an important phase of this game. Membrane Potential says, I think it's fine that Ding is thinking. Do we have... Oh, we don't have a move yet. Yeah, look, there's, you've got 2 hours, you need to use it, but the problem comes in when, if there is some complication later on down the line, which is, to be honest, likely, and you need more time to think, you're kind of creating problems for yourself. So, yeah, but I mean, now there we go. We just passed the point where there's an hour, exactly 1 full hour between the two players. And I mean, I don't know I don't know if I've ever seen this in a classical game where one player has blitzed out, the entire opening, and the other has gone this deep into the time bank. I don't know. Maybe I just haven't watched enough chess. But let me know in the comment section if you've seen anything like this before, because this is really wild. Very, very wild. I think we are gonna probably do another guess that chess player. I'm just trying to decide when to do it. I think we might need to do it now before the drama starts. Yeah, let's do it now. All right. So you guys know the deal. I show you the silhouette of a player, and you have to tell me which player do you see. Yesterday was really easy. The first one was quite tricky. We only had like 16% success rate. And the second one was like 80% success rate. So the first one, if I remember correctly, was Hans Niemann. And then the second one, yesterday? Who was that? Oh, Hikaru. Hikaru was yesterday. Make sure you get your votes in. Who will win today? So far, 54% for Gukesh, 38% for Ding, 8% draws. Still waiting on Ding to decide. We are now past the hour point where there is more than an hour between the two players. Okay. All right, I got a good one for you guys today. I think this is some of my finest work. Oh, we have a move on the board. Guys, we have a move. Ding has finally played the best possible move. That is playing knight to d7. Knight to d7, removing any of the possibilities around takes, and then rook takes on a7. And how cool would it be here is if Gukesh staring him down. Gukesh staring him down. Take a look at that. He's not looking at the board. He's looking directly at Ding. Wow. He's saying, really? You just spent an hour to play that? Ooh. I feel like Gukesh is trying to switch on some kind of intimidation tactics. And now if he really wanted to follow through with that, he would make a move in the next like minute. Wow, I cannot believe that. Mark Allwood says, finally, bro. Yeah, agreed. 50% of folks think Gukesh is going to win. 36 think it's going to be Ding. And 14% of people think it's going to be a draw. Wow. Okay, so guys and gals, wherever you are in the world, here is today's PNG file. I'm going to give you an outline of a player, and then you have to decide who it's going to be. Let me set up the vote first, and then I'll show you guys who it is that we're going to be guessing today. Oh, I'm just over 6,600 subscribers. So if you have not yet subscribed, please do consider doing so. All right. Okay, we're going to end the poll, and the poll ended on 52% in favor of Gukesh. Thanks, Radhika Raut. Hopefully I said that correctly. Although I've been told that my pronunciation of Indian names is terrible, but I appreciate your your comments about my thumbnail. Okay, question is, who is this? Question mark. We've got the ladies showing up today. Andrea Botez. Alex Botez. Anna Kramling. or Pia Cramling. Okay. There's our new poll. Prepare yourselves for PNG action. All right, let's head over here and we'll just drop this in. Drag it across. Let's see if you can figure this one out. All right. How well do you know the ladies, the wonderful ladies in the world of chess? Andrea Botes, Alex Botes, Anna Cramling, or Pia Cramling all vote now. This is a tricky one. This is a tricky one. You might need to do a little bit of Okay, Mark Allwood says it is a Botes, but which Botes? Yeah, it's a bit tricky. It's a little tricky, this one. All right, back to the game. Gukesh has not done anything too crazy yet, and I think this is probably a good idea from him, just to take a little bit of time. Once your opponent spends more than an hour, or once at least there's more than an hour difference between you and the clock, you don't need to go doing anything crazy. You can take your time. There's an enormous time difference between the two. Gukesh can certainly afford taking a moment here. Membrane Potential says no idea. Yeah, I feel like this is a little tricky because of the fact that there is not much to go on. You've got the shoulders. You've got a little bit of like a head outline. Maybe some idea of the hair. To be honest, I don't think I've ever seen a women chess tournament except the Olympiad. Okay, but that's fair. But these women are very, we'll say, present in the chess world because of the fact that they're streamers, because of the fact... And for example, Pia Cramling, she is a grandmaster. She's played at the highest level before. So, you know, maybe not in her prime right now, but at one point she was extremely competitive in the world of chess. So credit where credit's due. All right, so now we're waiting to see exactly what Gukesh is going to muster up with the white pieces. We have not yet done any analysis, so why not do some now after this position? Well, we have done analysis, but we haven't done it considering that we've had a move on the board. So the best move here to maintain an advantage, there are two moves that you could play with the white pieces. Rook to c1, just attacking this bishop, forcing it to decide. And after bishop takes, we're saying knight to d2. Alternatively, you could start off with knight to d2. And I guess there are some threats now because capturing on b3 is not really such a great idea unless you'd like to blunder your bishop. So you have to make sure that there's a pathway for this bishop to escape. And how exactly do you do that? The question I have, the engine says rook to g8, but now what about rook to c1 here? Oh, I know what it is. Okay, so rook to c1 and then you push g5. Yeah, that's very clever. That's actually such a clever way of kind of wangling your way out of the situation. After you play knight to d2, this is probably the only way for, yeah, the engine seems to think so. Rook to g8. So let's just pull this up on the analysis board over here. We're worried from Black's perspective about losing our bishop because you can't go there. You can, for the time being, go over here, but if this knight on f3 is not there, you're able to push f3 and trap the bishop, which would be quite heartbreaking. So after a move like knight to d2, you can't capture this pawn anymore because it's being defended by the knight. Now from Black's perspective, you're saying, okay, well, how am I going to save this bishop? If the only way to save the bishop is to come back to e4, but then you can play f3, you have this very sneaky move of rook to g8. And after you attack the bishop has no squares to go to, but that's okay because you can follow up with g5, attacking my bishop and creating up a whole bunch of extra room for the bishop to retreat to if you decide not to give up this bishop. So say you play bishop to e3, and now you can actually play bishop to e4, interestingly enough. And of course, it's being defended twice and it's being attacked twice. It's a bit surprising, but actually maybe it makes sense. So d takes, knight takes, and now f3. And then you just move back. The issue with this position from white's perspective is the super powerful bishop on f1 is not really doing much if it does come to g2 for the time being. And you can't really open things up either because of the fact this pesky knight is eyeballing the g4 square. So yeah, you have to be a little bit careful here. All right, do we have any votes in? We've got 7 votes. 29% say Andrea, 14% say Alex, 43% say Anna Kramling, and 14% say Pierre. So just 1 vote for Pierre. I will give you guys the answer maybe 20, 30 minutes from now. Hopefully I don't forget, because I've got a feeling things are going to get wild in a hurry. In a hurry. Yeah, this is interesting. This is quite an interesting line. So the other line that we haven't looked at least right now, is if we play, instead of knight to d2, we just immediately play rook to c1 and allow this bishop to capture. Now we can play knight to d2, bishop to c4, knight takes c4, d takes c4, and I still think... Oh, interesting. Okay. So g5 first. Okay, so we throw in g5 first. I guess this is something I didn't really explore so much. You can't play bishop to g2 now because of the fact that this pawn is hanging. So to solve that, first you play g5, and once the knight... So you can't play this move? What's so terrible? Hold on. Yeah, I was thinking knight to d5 is pretty good. Takes, c takes d. You've got these 2 pawns that are... The pawn structure is a little bit better. And now bishop to g2, but it's kind of similar that we have this back pawn that's going to be very difficult to defend long term, potentially. And even though Ding is up a pawn, you're going to have the bishop pair, you're going to have a lot of long-term prospects along this diagonal. So I don't think that Ding will be too interested in going this way. But I guess it's Gukesh who decides, really. Because if you put the rook on c1... Oh, sorry. If you play rook to c1 here, everything other than bishop takes is losing. You can't really do anything else. You have to capture this pawn because the bishop is trapped. So this is non-negotiable. Knight to d2. Bishop to c4 takes. D takes. Oh, I guess the option that you have is after g5, you don't have to play knight to d5. The other option is knight to h5. Attacking the bishop. Bishop to d2, so the bishop just retreats. And eventually you will still get this move. So it feels like one way or another, Gukesh is going to have a very, very strong bishop pair indeed. All right, things are starting to get a little bit more even in terms of the guesses. Who is this silhouette of? Is it Andrea Botez, Alex Botez, Anna Kramling, or Pierre Kramling? How well do you know the woman of the chess world? I have to say, so far, this is my favorite game. My favorite game so far. It's been the most fun to calculate, the most fun to look at different lines. Yesterday's game was very, very, like, complex. And the first game, I felt like there were a couple of points that things were really difficult to kind of calculate and understand. But this feels a little bit easier to sort of figure out what's going on. I have a question for you guys. If you do you find at least that when you're watching the World Chess Championship, it kind of inspires you to open up chess.com and play some games? Because I usually, when I was watching, not when I was live streaming, the last couple of days, because I've been spending so much time looking at the board, I played one game yesterday, which was fun. But when I was watching the World Chess Championship, I would definitely get into I would just get inspired. I'd want to play a lot. How about you? Oh, we've got some moves on the board. Okay, thanks for the update. All right, so we have knight to d2 and we had rook to g8. I would have preferred for Gukesh to actually play rook to c1. What's interesting now is Ding has clearly calculated this. So he knows that if rook to c1 comes, that he will obviously have no other option but to play g5. But we haven't really calculated anything else. So let's see. If not rook to c1, what about... bishop to e3 is also a move. What about like blockading this pawn and playing something like bishop to g5? I guess you can. Let's just see if there's. No, this is okay. This is possible. So putting the bishop on g5. It's not an engine recommended move, but it's definitely something. Membrane Potential says it inspires me to play it, but not immediately. Yeah. Definitely. Okay, so bishop to g5. The engine's not massively in love with it. It's not even a recommendation, but I was just thinking, if I play bishop to g5, I'm blockading the g6 pawn. The g6 pawn can't roll forward. And the question is, how does this bishop escape now? Because you're still threatening. So for example, if you like castle, right? This is a disaster because if rook to c1, you've blundered your bishop. Once the bishop comes back, now you play f3. Still trapped, right? So you have to figure this out before you do anything else. And there's only one way to deal with that, is to play knight to h7, attacking the bishop and saying, no, you can't blockade the square. I'm forcing you to figure out what you're going to do. You can play bishop to h4, you can play bishop to f4, but you can't stay here. So let's say bishop to h4 for argument's sake. Now g5. Bishop to g3, and the bishop has this flight square on g6 that's been created. Yeah, g5. g5 is the move. g5 is the move that kind of saves the day for black. If it went for g5, this bishop is just trapped outright. So... Oh, are you talking from white to play g5? Yeah. Okay, so if you play g5 now first, knight to h5... you can still play rook to c1 and just exchange bishops this way. But this is a little bit passive. Yeah, I wonder. Okay, let's just see what else we can do. Knight to h5, attacking the bishop. Let's play bishop to h2. Really great square for the bishop. And now knight to g7. Whoa! That is weird. Knight to g7. But remember, once you've played g5, you've definitely untrapped the bishop. Bishop can... So if you want to play rook to c1, the bishop can just come back to f5 and there's no problems. But I actually prefer this position, even though... Okay, so the engine likes it for black, but it feels to me like it's quite interesting dynamic where black has the strong dark square bishop along this diagonal and you have this very strong dark square bishop. It's quite dynamic. Yeah. All right, we're getting some more votes in. 11 votes so far. 36% Andrea Botes, 18% Alex Botes, 27% Anna Kramling, and 18% Pia Kramling. I wish I could see who voted. That would be nice. All right. I think it's important to notice that there's still a significant time difference on the clock right now. Gukesh, understandably, after this long think, he's the one who's in the time bank now, figuring out what his response is going to be after rook to g8. I mean, we did have a couple of moves, but Ding is now moving very quickly. I think he appreciates the fact that, you know, he spent a lot of time. But what has benefited Ding is that he spent that time calculating maybe several lines. This was one of them. And part of the benefit of spending a lot of time on one move is that if you have calculated a specific line, then you don't have to recalculate it. When you get to that point in the sequence, it's just saying, okay, I'm just going to make the move. I don't need to think about it because of the fact that I've already calculated it. Okay, Kanishk is on his way to go study. Good luck with your study session. We'll see you later. All right, we're going to head back to the players. Nice overhead shots. It is Gukesh D to move. What will he do? With the white pieces, after rook to g8, we've looked at a couple of options. We've looked at g5. We looked at also bishop to g5, blockading this pawn. Still trying to figure out if there's a way to trap this bishop. Unfortunately, none of those options have yielded anything too exciting. But I do think it would be cool if Gukesh could hold on to the bishop pair and try and make these bishops count for something. Right now, this dark squared bishop's a beast. This light squared bishop for black is a beast, which creates definitely an exciting dynamic for sure. This is not a boring game. Member in Potential says, I think Ding mastered the clock like few else. You know, I think you're right. And one of the things that we saw in the first game is after that enormous tank where he spent so much time thinking, he actually came back, and it was Gukesh who was the one who was in time trouble towards the end. I think he had like, 5 or 6 moves, and he had like 45 seconds to play that. I mean, it got a little bit ridiculous. It turned into sort of a blitz game at the end. And that just shows exactly how well Ding knows what he's doing. Look, it could have been very different. Ding himself said that he got a little bit lucky in that game. I mean, there were some tactics, especially that incredible queen sacrifice on h7 that he didn't notice. And if that was played, it could have been the case that Ding spent a lot of time, even though there was a very convenient reply for him. It could have been the case that if that wasn't an option, that he would have spent a lot of time burning through his own clock there, because things happen that you don't expect. All right, if you are just joining us, who is this silhouette of? Is it Andrea Botes, Alex Botes, Anna Kramling, or Pia Kramling? Let me know by voting on the right-hand side of your screen. There should be a little voting option thing. Okay, so let's maybe look at something else. F3 we haven't really explored too much. We have explored F3, but just not right now in this moment. G5, so same move. Bishop to G3, and then bishop to E7. Wow. Yeah, this is actually very different. But it's I think the issue I have with this is when Ding played rook to g8, basically broadcasting that he's going to play g5. I mean, that's the only reason why you play rook to g8, is so that you can play g5, so that you can create space after rook to c1. We have the situation that both of the dominant pieces for black and white are under threat. And you have to ask yourself, well, how badly do I want to keep this dark square bishop alive, and how much of a risk is this light square bishop? Bishop takes g5 is another option. Rook takes g5, rook takes... Whoa, you can throw knight to f3 first. Oh, that's fun. Rook takes, knight takes, and now you capture the bishop at the end of the line. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, but the problem here is now it's just zeros. This is like dead equal. And very likely this is going to head towards a draw. So these kind of exchanges, they remove a lot of the venom from the position. And we don't want to do that. If we're playing with white, Gukesh must realize that exchanging getting these bishops off the board really doesn't benefit him all that much. If anything, it's going to benefit black. So I don't think he's going to be super interested in playing a line like this, where things start off with rook to c1. Bishop to e3 is another move. Also, like, probably a move I can say I wouldn't necessarily play, or not something that would jump out at me. Ignoring the basic principles of not blockading some of the most important pawns, or one of the most important pawns in the game from moving forward. But it does maintain the tension on the board, and it ensures that the bishops don't get exchanged quite yet. Still will have g5, rook to c1, and then bishop to e4. But I feel like bishop to e4, the other moves are not good. So bishop to h7 is not good. Bishop to g6 is not good apparently either. This is interesting because maybe if you play here, knight d takes, knight takes, f3. And I think the problem here is that in a roundabout way, the bishop that was very strong, the dark square bishop that was very strong moments ago, is not really doing that great now because it can't come to f4. But my hope would be to play bishop to f2, bishop to g3. But by the time I get to g3, it is black that is going to have conquered this long diagonal, which is actually really frustrating. So let's just bring that up on the big board. So just to illustrate this, say it's white to move here. Bishop to e3. Okay, just making sure that we don't have to worry about at least our bishop getting threatened by g5 on the next move. Now we play g5 instead. Rook to c1, and the bishop jumps into the center. You exchange bishops, f3, and then knight back. And now I would like to reroute this bishop and put it on g3. But after I play this move, bishop to f2, it's immediately met with bishop to d6. And bishop to d6 is incredibly frustrating because this dark square bishop that was so strong just moments ago is now kind of not that great. You're just going to exchange it off, and that's why the engine is just zeros. Nothing exciting happening there at all. And that's super frustrating from Gukesh's perspective, because he wants these two bishops to be like super powerful, and the only way that they can, especially the dark square bishop, it needs to be on this diagonal. Be kind of desperate to try and find some kind of path where he can have this bishop on the board being somewhat powerful, but it's difficult to manage that, especially after black sets up g5. Oh, whoops. Okay, I think it's snack time for me. I'm gonna go grab me. Well, I'm gonna boil the kettle. And then I will be back in a moment. Let's get the live players up so long. Here we go. All right, we're back. We do have a move on the board. Let's take a look. All right, so after Ding played rook to g8, we have... Whoa, not that. Yes, that. Okay, we have g5. And then knight to h5. Bishop to h2. This was one of the lines that we looked at. And this actually is giving the slight edge to Ding. And I understand why this has happened, because of the fact that Gukesh is desperately trying to control this long diagonal with the bishop on h2. But now you can actually just move the rook back to h8 and say, okay, cool. Well, your bishop is going to get become under fire after I reroute the knights. So if I bring the knight back, it's kind of a discovery attack. Wow. Okay, bishop to h3. This is also a very unintuitive move. It's great to have both of these bishops, but now once the knight moves somewhere, say knight h to f6. Whoa! This is scary. Rook to g3. Yeah, nothing concrete for black yet, but knight to e4. Wow. Okay, knight takes e4, you gotta take. Bishop takes e4. Knight takes, pawn takes. And I guess the benefit here is that you get to keep these two bishops, but at what cost? You need to try almost... I mean, I guess you want to put this bishop over here and then try and find a way. Maybe even bringing the king in to defend both of these bishops might be the simplest way of doing that, doing a little bit of a king walk. If you can make that happen, but then I guess the rook can come to c3 maybe? Okay, Kanish, shout out to you for predicting g5. Absolutely. You know, it's kind of interesting because g5... Okay, once the engine's got a little bit of time to think about g5, maybe it'll become a little bit more equal. But we're having a couple of moves on the board now. We're seeing exactly what we saw from the line we were looking at moments ago. We have rook to h8 on the board, eyeballing this very strong bishop. And this is one of the few lines where the bishop is able to stay on this diagonal. But now you have to protect it. You have to defend it. I was thinking, okay, this is going to take a little bit of time to actually calculate what's going on here. Okay. I was thinking rook to h1, but this is not good. This is not good. Knight to f4. No, sorry. Knight to f4. And you can't capture because of the fact that your rook's hanging. And unfortunately, the problem here with rook to h1... Let's just bring this up on the main board. The problem here is you would say, okay, well, if I can play rook to h1, right? I can get both of these bishops on these diagonals at least, and that could be useful. But the issue is after knight to f4, now you can no longer play this. You can't capture the knight either, and it's possible that maybe not now, but at some point the bishop will come to d6. You'd love to be able to get the bishop on g2, but it just creates so many complications. I wonder, and if you just chase this knight away, oh no, then it gets even messier because the knight's able to jump into d3. So this knight seems like it's being... You can challenge it somehow, but you actually can't. And that is why black has a little bit of an edge here. Because you have to be quite precise in how you deal with the threat of rook takes on h2. Okay, let's head back to the board. I'm gonna make myself a cup of tea, and when we come back, we might be in for some fireworks. Oh, I need to grab my digestives. Let's not forget the digestives. Whoa. What happened? What happened? F3? Is F3 a thing? Apparently. F3's on the board. F3. Oh, F3. F3 is saying, okay, whatever happens, this bishop's not going to end up on e4. However, knight to g7. Okay, knight to g7, attacking the bishop. Let's start off with that, right? If you play knight to g7, looks a little bit funny, but actually the knight can reroute to f5, and then potentially this is kind of a weird square that is a little bit of a weakness for white. So now you just play bishop to g3, bishop to e7, attacking this pawn, and bishop to f2, defending this pawn. Bishop to f5, e4. Wow. e4 feels good, at least. It feels like you've accomplished something. Or you can't take. Okay, so now e6. Bishop to e6. So you just move back. And then bishop to g2. And the engine still prefers this. But the one nice thing is that... I'm curious about this. Bishop to g2 move. Just giving up this pawn feels a little funny. Bishop takes on g5. And then f4. What? How can you even get away with playing f4 here? You just take. Now, oh, e takes. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Bishop takes, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. You recapture the pawn that way, but Ding is still up a pawn. And the compensation for that pawn is no longer clear. Ah. Huh. Wow. That is quite fascinating. If you don't play, okay, so let's just say, for argument's sake, after bishop to e7, you just retreat your bishop, defending the pawn on g5. Bishop to f5. e4. Bishop to e6. And now instead of playing bishop to g2, let's find something else. Bishop to e3 instead. I don't want to lose this pawn. I don't know why the engine recommends losing that pawn. But let's say I don't want to give that up yet. Rook to h5. Okay, so it's being attacked twice. Not the end of the world. King to f2. And now a6. Again, quite odd. Because if you look at this position, without seeing the analysis, you might think that white is actually doing reasonable here. Okay, Gukesh is out of his seat. He's gone for a little bit of a walkabout. After playing f3. All right, let's continue. Rook to c1. Knight to b6. Okay. Improving the knight. Bishop to f4. Queenside castles, and now bishop to e5. Wow. Rook to g8. Takes. Knight takes. Yeah, things are fizzling out. So you can actually hold on to this pawn. You can. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why the engine considers this to be such a great move. This seems a bit strange. Yeah. Sure. Fascinating. All right, let me know in the chats. I'm about to have my first cup of tea for the day. What are you guys drinking today? Are you tea people? Are you coffee people? Let me know. Also got my digestives that I had yesterday, keeping me, making sure I don't get hungry. I'm gonna just turn off the volume so that I don't disgust everyone with me eating. One thing that I'm quite curious to see is what Polymarket is saying right now. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. It thinks that Ding has a serious chance of winning. So it went from 46% all the way up to 55%. I mean, I think this is an overreaction. And I think there are a lot of people who don't really know that much about chess that are controlling these odds. They see a tiny fractional edge for black that is not necessarily guaranteed to realize. And they just say, oh, okay, black's gonna win all of a sudden, which is insane. So if you go onto Polymarket and you go to World Chess Championship winner, there's been this massive spike. It was sitting at 45% chance of Ding winning. Now it's 55% chance, which I think is ridiculous. Just having looked at the analysis. Yes, black has an edge here, but it's not anything definitive at all. And to give us suddenly an overall 10% increase, no, that's wild. That's completely silly. I don't know. Let me know if you disagree, but seems a little bit dumb. Yeah, that's crazy. Even I'm inclined to take that bet. I'll give you guys the disclaimer. Only bet what you can afford to lose. This is pretty good advice. Better advice is don't bet at all. Oh, there's also markets for a single game. Really? Is that on? I mean, I'm using... Okay. All right, it went up to 55. Now it's 51. Okay, so it's moving around quite a bit. It's fluctuating significantly. Yeah. I think the other aspect of this game is that Ding still has an enormous time deficit. So it's a lot harder to play accurate moves when, you know, you've got time to consider, to take into account. 18 moves played. I was doing this yesterday or the day before, I think. I'm going to use the calculator to try and give a little bit of a breakdown of how much time against 39 times 60. We'll put it in seconds. It's a little bit easier. Divided by 22. All right, so he has about 1.5 minutes per move. 22 moves, 106 seconds per move in order to get to time control 40 moves. Oh, Polymarket is also illegal in the US, but I guess they're asleep. Yeah, that's true. Although New York's probably waking up around about now. 6 hours behind, so it's nearly 7 o'clock in New York. But yeah, I think the West Coast, they're going to be fast asleep still. All right, so we have some whiskey drinkers, black coffee and whiskey. What are you guys drinking? Are you tea people? Are you coffee people? I usually have 1 cup of coffee. That's it when I wake up. Anything more, I'll be like super wired. But it does help. It really helps to just get the brain working. Caffeine. All right, Gukesh looked like he just sat down, but actually he's just getting up. Coffee and water, nice. That's actually a very good combination. Because the caffeine kind of dehydrates you. And then what I do is I have black rooibos, which is basically the same as water. It's just slightly flavored. And then hopefully that kind of counteracts the coffee situation. So after F3, let's do a little bit more exploring. If we can find something other than what we looked at, I think it would be worth doing. Bishop to B4. Sorry, knight to G7. No, bishop to B4. Could be bishop to B4. Yeah. Now you can actually immediately play e4. And then knight to g7. Knight to g7 after this seems a little strange. Just because of the fact that this square is out of commission. I guess you can develop the knight via e6, which is okay. But even having the knight on e6 is probably... doesn't seem to make that much sense. Unless you're going to start doing a big maneuver with the knight. Conquer here, conquer here. It's not really the best square. It's central, but not super helpful in terms of options. I guess the one benefit of playing knight to g7 is just that you're still attacking the bishop, like earlier. But yeah, the prospects of this knight are slightly different. Because in that line, we hadn't yet played e4. Okay, but let's say for argument's sake, we have this. Bishop to f4. And now we do play knight to e6. Okay, now it makes sense to play knight to e6 because you're attacking the bishop. But then bishop to e3 is very, very natural move. And this is a setup that's always good to look at. If you're playing Blitz Chess Online, take a look at this position here. If you ever see a knight that's exactly 3 squares away, in terms of being opposite from a bishop, you should notice that the bishop is controlling all of the squares, the forward squares for the knight. Okay, if you just ignore these pawns. All of these squares are being guarded by the bishop. So if you want to control your opponent's knight with a bishop, always good to acknowledge this sort of geometry around this pattern of having the knight 3 squares in front of the bishop. Okay, here, knight d to c5. Wow. Is that right? That's interesting. That is so interesting. Just giving it up. Oh, this is so cool. Check this out. After you take, you can just push the pawn forward and fork the knight and the bishop. Whoa, that's a bit of a surprise, actually. Doesn't achieve anything in terms of an advantage. Maybe a slight advantage. F2. D takes. B takes. Bishop takes. A little irritating. Takes, and then you can capture this pawn at the end of that line. All right, well, I think one of the things that we'll start seeing now is this evaluation of Ding being like a huge favorite in this game. As the clock starts to tick down even more, Ding down to 33 minutes, and Gukesh has an hour and 24 minutes. I don't think that Ding had really spent any time calculating this move f3. And this, for the record, I should say, for the record, that when he was spending so much time on, what was it, move 13? Let's back up to where it was. I think... Let's just see the moves. We'll be able to see it on the timestamps where we had a very long think. 3 hours and 16 minutes on... I guess it was rook to g8, was it? No, it wasn't that. 3 hours. No, sorry. 3 hours. Oh, hold on. Oh, this is actually showing it correctly. I think it was move 13 or 14. We saw a very, very long tank. Very, very long from Ding. And at that point, I mentioned that this might be a big problem down the line because of the fact that if he encounters anything that he doesn't expect, then he's going to have to spend more time calculating. And I think because Gukesh knew that, he was like, why don't I put pressure on by playing something, again, slightly suboptimal for white? Maybe he doesn't realize that it's slightly suboptimal, but something unexpected. And by playing something unexpected that might not be the perfect move, he's created a lot of difficulty in terms of time management for Ding. All right, we have a move. Folks, we have a move. Finally. Ding has responded. He's played knight to g7, which was one of the moves that we looked at. Knight to g7 on the board. And now the best move is just to play bishop to g3. Obviously, the bishop's under fire. You can't hang your bishop. So I feel like we might see this very quickly. And we do. Gukesh just snaps off bishop to g3. I think we might see a couple of quick moves now. I don't think Ding's going to spend too much time. He's obviously calculated the fact that it's likely Gukesh is going to play bishop to g3. And now it's important that we have a follow-up move from Ding, which I expect that he's not going to spend much time on. Yeah, I agree with Gukesh playing something unexpected on purpose, for sure. And this is one of the beautiful strategies of chess, especially when you're looking at the longer time formats, is the element of surprise does go a long way, provided that it's not something completely insane. I mean, it's very surprising to hang your queen, but it doesn't mean that should be the best move. So within reason. If it creates complications, it probably needs to fit a bunch of categories. If it's surprising, it creates complications, and it's not absolutely terrible for you, then it's always worth considering, especially when there's a huge time difference. We might see that this hour difference on the clock between Gukesh and Ding returning. Excuse me. Memory Potential says, Polymarket's still highly volatile. I have an eye on it. I know it's kind of addictive looking at what's going on here. I mean, the odds are jumping around minute by minute. So it was 10 minutes ago, it was 55%. And we're not talking about 55% winning this game. 55% winning the entire tournament. It's really volatile. 55% all the way down to 46%, all the way back up to 50%. It is very volatile. Yeah. Who knows? You could find if you do that Memory and Potential, it has some kind of infinite money hack. Okay. So Gukesh very quickly played bishop to g3, and I was expecting Ding to follow up with a move very quickly, something like bishop to e7, whatever he has calculated, because he spent a lot of time calculating before he played knight to g7. This bishop to g3 move can't have come as a shock. He needs to play what he had prepared in his previous calculation, and hopefully quickly. Ah, Neon Hills Music has arrived. Welcome to you. Are you rooting for Gukesh or Ding, or just enjoying the show? I think in this game, I'm definitely rooting for Gukesh. Overall, I would say I'm not like necessarily rooting for one player or another, but I have a lean. And that lean might change as the tournament progresses. Right now, I'm leaning towards Gukesh. Just because I think Gukesh winning would be really, really good for chess in general. Having another Indian champion would be fantastic for chess. It would be exciting. And I think less so for Ding. Whoa! Guys. We have our first mistake.
I've made a huge mistake.
All right, let's try that again without the PNG.
I've made a huge mistake.
There we go. All right. We have rook to h6, which gets the question mark. Rook to h6 gets a question mark. Why? Because we can play e4 right now. So let's do a little bit of analysis. Will Gukesh find e4? This is the first meaningful opportunity for Gukesh. If he plays e4, let's run this line and see where it leads us. E4, knight to e6. Okay. Knight gets rerouted to e6. Now we have a double attack on this pawn. Wonderful. And it's difficult to defend this pawn, mind you, from white's perspective. But now rook to c1. Okay, so we're going to attack the bishop. And what the heck's going on here? What happens with this bishop? This bishop's trapped, right? Knight takes d4. Okay, so it needs to be defended. You've given up this pawn, but there must be something very, very sharp around the corner. And I don't know what it is, but let's just follow the line and see where this goes. Bishop to f2. Okay, bishop to f2 makes sense. Oh, wait, hold on. Now we're attacking the defender. And bishop to c5. Okay, but now you can just... Surely you can take, and then capture this bishop. Takes. Hold on. Why didn't you... Oh, of course, your rook's hanging. So you lift the rook. Bishop takes c3. B takes c. Bishop takes b3. And you capture, and you're up. Wow. Guys, there is a way... There is a way that you could be up a piece here. You have to give up a few pawns, but it starts getting very dicey. I think Ding did not see this. I think Ding has actually blundered. It's not a complete catastrophe. It's defendable. But it does mean that we could have an endgame where Gukesh is actually playing for a win. Wow. Okay, so let's bring that up on the big board and take a look at what's going on here. All right, the last move that we saw was this move, rook to h5. Attacking this pawn, okay? So now we're going to play e4. And as soon as we play e4, this should sort of raise some alarm bells for Ding. Because of the fact that his bishop on c2 is now for the first time under very serious threat. And to illustrate that, after say knight to e6, rook to c1, attacking the bishop, you allow this knight to pick up the d4 pawn. You say, it's fine, you can capture that d4 pawn, not a problem. But now, the bishop is just a few moves away from hanging. So we're going to attack the knight because we want to remove the defender. We're going to protect the knight. Takes. Now your rook's hanging. So you can't quite yet capture this bishop on c2. You have to release some of the pressure by moving your rook up to g2. And now we've got a problem because the bishop is finally completely and utterly trapped. You just have to take the pawn. And now bishop to e3. Rook to d1. And basically, it seems to me that Gukesh now is the one in the driver's seat. Ding had a little bit of an edge up until he played this move. But the real question, folks, is, are we going to see this response of e4 from Gukesh? He's got an hour and 20 minutes to find e4. Come on. Let's go. Gukesh, you can do it, dude. Oh my word, this is so exciting. Very, very exciting. Mark Allwood celebrating. He's like, man, my bet is looking good. I wanna see the players. We need to get a close-up. Polymarket reacted, did it? Oh my goodness, it's down to 42%. 43% chance for Ding. Just moments ago, it was a 55% chance for Ding to win the overall World Chess Championship. It has dramatically dropped down to 43%. Are we going to see Ding getting crushed in this game? Are we going to see Gukesh finding e4? E4 is the way forward. I'm sure everyone has pointed out the potency of e4. e4 needs to be played. I don't think it's an impossible move for Gukesh to find. But one of the problems is, you know, you kind of focused so much on worrying about these bishops and making sure that these bishops are active and making sure that pawns aren't unnecessarily dropping off the board. It could be the case that Gukesh does not notice that e4 is a viable continuation. Just ignoring this pawn and focusing on trapping the bishop on c2. We've spent the entire game trying to trap this bishop. And the question is, will Gukesh find e4? I mean, this is really the business end of the game. Gukesh needs to spend a lot of time here. He needs to spend a lot of time. And the thing that makes me think that Gukesh is going to find this is because of the fact that he really is so good at these in-depth calculations. He's good at calculating quite far. And one of the things that Carlsen said when he was talking about a game that he had played against Gukesh, after the game finished, Carlsen was like having a discussion with Gukesh, and Gukesh was mentioning some of the lines in that particular game. And Carlsen said that he was really surprised. He was like, how did you even think of that? I didn't even think of that. And when the best player possibly ever says that I didn't even think of that, how did you, the thing he said, how did you have time to calculate that? Shows that Gukesh is extremely efficient at calculating multiple lines. So he might start off saying, okay, cool, well, let's consider what's going on here. You're putting pressure on the g5 pawn. Once he's finished this line, he's going to move on to something else, and he's going to continue going until he's kind of covered quite comprehensively all of the important relevant lines in this position. He's got an hour and 16 minutes. I think it would be very, very interesting to see if he will find this move e4. Very exciting. All right, let's quickly answer the question of who this is. We've got 15 votes in. Andrea Botes, Alex Botes, Anna Kramling, or Pia Kramling. We'll keep an eye on the board. I'll give you guys the answers, and then we'll immediately jump back to the action. Last opportunity to vote. 3, 2, 1. And stop. All right, 15 votes. Who's the person in this picture? Might surprise you that actually the person is none other than... Who's that? That is a very young Pia Kramling. So only 13%. So I think there are only 2 people who voted for Pia. Well done if you got Pia correct. It was a little bit of a red herring because I think most people are expecting Pia Kramling to have short hair. But I've managed to find a picture of Pia with long hair, which I thought would be quite fun. Gotcha. Anyway, well done to the 2 people who selected Pia. If you chose anyone else, fortunately you were wrong this time. But tune in tomorrow and you might have a chance at getting that right. I wish I could keep like a running record. We have a pretty small group of people, so we could keep like a tally of who gets the most right answers. But man, things are really heating up in this game, guys. It's going to be a really exciting game if Gukesh can find this crushing e4 move. e4 means that we're going to have a not very long sequence, but a bit of an extended sequence in order to trap this bishop. Just to remind you, the power of e4, if you play e4 right now, we have something like knight to e6, rook to c1, attacking the bishop. The bishop has no squares to go, but you are allowing it to be temporarily defended by hanging the d4 pawn. But now we play bishop to f2, attacking the defender, bishop to c5, defending, but after takes, our rook is hanging. So we deal with the rook by playing rook to g2, and now there's no way of defending this bishop. The bishop takes on c3, and you can capture your upper piece, but the compensation that black has is that black has captured 2 pawns. So the question is, would Gukesh be able to convert this position? I think this is the only option for him. He has to go for this. And I think I would be truthfully surprised if he doesn't find e4. Let's hope that Gukesh can find this crushing move. Exciting, exciting, exciting. Okay, Membrane Potential says they've got 2 out of 3. That's good. Which 2 did you get? Did you get yesterday? Okay, day 1 and day 2. In other news, Hikaru will join the Take recaps. Awesome, that's great. Well, we're going to cover some of the Take recaps tomorrow. Oh, no, not tomorrow, on Friday when we do the pre-game coverage. We'll take a look at that. That'll be really fun. We can enjoy that together. It'll be interesting to see what Hikaru has to say. He always has the most, let's say, controversial hot takes. Yeah, I think one of the things that I was a little irritated about, I mean, not to be too critical about Hikaru and Magnus, but they were really, really brutal when it comes to their comments on Gukesh after day 1. And I thought that it was a little bit, like they went a little bit too far. Especially Magnus. He was like, man, it was so bad. It was like the worst possible thing. Very, very critical of Gukesh's play. And yeah, I mean, he didn't play exceptionally by any means, but I don't think Carlsen really gave any, there wasn't a whole lot of sympathy or understanding. He's 18 years old. It's his first time in a World Chess Championship. He was nervous. I mean, there was a lot that could have affected his gameplay on that first day. But now he's in a position where he can turn everything around. If he can find e4. Okay, memory position. Oh, you got day 1 and day 2. Yeah, this one was a hard one. I intentionally made day 3 a little bit tricky. But still, that's good. 2 out of 3 is pretty impressive. All right. I really hope that Gukesh takes as much time as he needs to here. Just hoping that he doesn't have sort of a blind spot. I mean, I'm kind of curious. I feel like next time we see something like this and a big jump in the analysis bar, I want to turn the analysis off. Guys, we have it on the board! What? E4. E4 is absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant!
Very nice move from Gukesh. You love to see it. I mean, that is outrageous. Outrageous. There's actual footage of Joe Rogan reacting to that move. Okay, so we have it on the board. This is epic. Epic, epic, epic. We have e4 on the board. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And I think let's get the live picture of Ding's reaction to e4. I don't think Ding was expecting this. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's all I can say. e4 on the board. Incroyable, as the French say. Oh, sorry, guys. My bad. I turned the microphone off. Thanks. Thanks for the updates. Yeah, I mean, this is completely wild. Completely wild. We have e4 on the board. It's happened. And the question now, how will Ding respond? There's really only a handful of things that you can do. Knight to e6 is one of them, which we already discussed. You can also capture this pawn, as I was showing on the analysis board, but my microphone was off. Here, if you do capture on g5, you can immediately play rook to c1. Now you kind of have to play knight to e6, and after you take, knight takes, attacking this rook, you just move back, and you're up a piece, and and black only has 2 pawns in terms of compensation, it's not going to be enough, especially in this position. The only way for Ding to kind of hang in there is for him to, now, after e4 has been played, start off with knight to e6. So that at least he can get 1-2 pawns in compensation for losing this piece. Mark just said he put another $100 on Gukesh. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'd say that money's a lot safer now. Good grief, look at this. Absolute freefall. 55% chance of winning the World Chess Championship. That was like 20 minutes ago. And now it's dropped all the way down to 39%. I cannot believe that this is what we have on the board. Everyone was saying in that first game, oh, Gukesh has completely ruined everything. It's over for him. And now things have turned around big time.
Well, well, well. How the turntables.
We have takes. All right, let's head back to the board. We have another move from Ding. Ding has taken, captured on e4. We have not looked at this. Wait, hold on. All right, we have a couple of moves. Let's get up to date. All right. Now the knight comes into e6. So this is kind of like a delayed look at this line. Still rook to c1, attacking the bishop. Knight takes d4. I guess bishop, the same line that we had before. Let's just play it out. Takes, and then... Oh wait, now it's different though. Now you can't do it. Now knight to a4. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, this is such a kind of convoluted line where you're attacking the piece that's defending the defender. So this is like a multi-level move. Okay, actually this is a little tricky. Gukesh needs to find knight to a4 first. And we'll have knight takes b3. Takes... No, you can't take. You have to take the bishop first, no? What? Oh, rook takes... Okay, so first you take the rook. That makes sense. And now bishop takes. Okay, king takes. So you're still going to get your piece. It's just going to take a little bit longer. Yeah, I think Ding is trying to create some kind of complications to this situation. But I don't think Gukesh is going to fall for it. I really don't think Gukesh is going to fall for it. D takes E we didn't look at. Okay, let's put this up on the big board. Damn, it looks like Ding is in his feelings. Ding not looking happy. All right, let's take a look at what I think Gukesh is calculating now. It's not exactly the same line. There are a couple of subtleties to what we saw before. So we have, say for example, Ding following up with knight to e6. Still rook to c1, attacking the bishop. The bishop is still trapped. But now, if you play knight takes on d4, bishop to f2, attacking the defender, defending, now it's actually possible and best to try and attack the defender of the defender. And here, knight takes b3. And you can just capture the bishop. It's kind of a roundabout the way of what we saw before. And essentially yields the same result where Gukesh is up a piece, and in exchange for that piece, Ding has 2 pawns. You can see 1, 2 minor pieces. White has 1, 2, 3 minor pieces. Both players have the 2 rooks. And the one thing I will say is that these pawns are a little uncoordinated. And it's important that White gets his pieces coordinated so that he can do maximum damage now. Just being up a piece is usually good news, but if it does end up in an endgame, the pieces come off the board, it can be a little bit tricky, especially if black gets their act together. It's by no means over. So there's still lots to play for. And we do have this move on the board. We have knight to e6, which is what we were expecting from Ding. And the other thing that we need to take into account is that there are 19 moves for Ding to play with just 23 minutes on the board. He has a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right, so I think we should always start off with rook to c1. Let's see if there's anything else that we can go for. Rook takes g5 here is also a possibility. But d5. Ooh, d5. Yeah, rook takes c5, not so good. Let's try bishop to g7. This is interesting. Bishop to g7 is just saying, okay, take the light square bishop with a rook. So if you capture, now knight takes d4. Rook to c1, you just have to move back. And at least this bishop is placed on a very good square. It's controlling the long diagonal. You're going to have some compensation for that. Also, rook takes g5. Bishop to f2, offering an exchange of rooks. And then you take. And now rook to d8. You're not long castle here. That seems like it might be viable. Or maybe not. Maybe long castling. Maybe it's better for the king to be on this side because of the fact that white has bishop to h3 and can exchange. So, for example, long castles, b4 first. Oh, b4. Okay. And then you can go about trying to break down the pawn structure on the king side, on the queen side at least. Wow. All right, let's take a look at the players. Gukesh is deep in thought here. He's very much sensing blood, going for the kill. There are a couple of things to calculate here, but there's nothing like super, super complicated. You're mostly calculating which way to go that you're going to be best. It's not like there's really any escape for black. There's nothing that white can do, you know, unless there's a catastrophic blunder. But basically all of the lines that we've looked at lead to some kind of tangible advantage for Gukesh. Let's take a look at the poly market numbers. Man, it has absolutely nosedived, guys. Nosedived. We had 55%. That was half an hour ago. It's amazing what half an hour can do in terms of odds. And right now, Ding went from having a 55% chance of winning not just the game, the entire match, the entire World Chess Championship. And right now, he's only at 33%. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Sure, Gukesh looks also a little nervous. I think he's not maybe so much nervous as he is excited. He doesn't look sort of his calm self. I think he's feeling energized by this. He knows that he has got his opponent on the back foot, and now it's time. It's time to show what he's got. And after that absolutely tragic first game, it's possible that Indian supporters around the world are going to be celebrating, but there is still a lot of work to be done. A lot. It should be noted that these kind of advantages have been encountered at the highest level many, many times in classical games. How many times have we seen, oh yeah, I was so much better in the middle game and I had a clear advantage. Maybe it wasn't quite winning, but I had a clear advantage. But then there was a problem converting. This game is not done yet, but it's very, very apparent who's in the driver's seat. All right, we're going to do another poll and take a look at who you guys think is going to win. Who will win this game? All right. Let's get a poll going. All right, now do you think Gukesh will win? Yes, no, draw? Question mark. All right, let's do that. All right, you guys can vote in the top right-hand corner. Let me know. What are your thoughts now? Who do you think's gonna vote? I mean, who do you think's gonna win? All right, we already have 4 votes. A lot of people thinking that it's going to be Gukesh. Well, half the people. One person still thinks no, and then we have someone thinking that it still has the outcome. Oh, it's still possible to have a draw, which I think is also very reasonable. So as it stands, we have knight to e6 on the board. This bishop not looking super healthy. And I think what's really interesting about the bishop on c2 is we discussed out of the opening that this bishop, the problems associated with this bishop would not have been that big of an issue if Ding had played the safer route with the black pieces. There was no real reason for him to keep this bishop on c2 or put this bishop on c2 to begin with. He could have just played bishop to e6, avoided all of the complications around this. And now he's kind of having to pay the piper because of the fact that this bishop is so out of place now and ultimately is trapped. Right after he played rook to h5, that was kind of the last moment that this bishop had to free itself. Akash Soni says, I voted for Gukesh. Let's see. 60% say Gukesh will win, 20% say no, and 20% say it could be a draw. Man, this is really exciting stuff. Gukesh being very sensible right now, taking his time. He has an hour on the clock. Meanwhile, Ding Liren with 23 minutes. He has 19 moves to make with those 23 minutes before they reach 40 moves and they get an additional hour. He is going to have to be moving very, very quickly. The one benefit for Ding is that he is right now able to use Gukesh's time to calculate. But unfortunately for him, his position is objectively worse. And he's going to need to come up with something special just to hold this game to a draw. Let me know where in the world you're watching from. I imagine I have quite a few Indian supporters. I know I have someone from Canada. We have folks from Germany. All around the world, let me know where you're watching from. I am from beautiful Cape Town, South Africa. Enjoying the Cape Townian summer here. Enjoying some chess. India, nice. Great to have you from India. Where is that? Let's see. Don't know where that... Ooh, that's really pretty. It's like... More folks from India? The 6th largest city by population. 536 meters above sea level. Wow, very pretty. Very nice. Wow. That looks like a place I should visit. Beautiful. Very nice. Great to have you with us. Okay, so we're still waiting on Gukesh. Oh, we have someone from Spain. That's awesome too. Welcome to you. And Mom, thank you for commenting. You're also from Cape Town. Just a stone's throw away from where I am. Guys, we have a move on the board. The move that everyone expected after knight to e6. Gukesh has found the crushing move.
Most impressive.
Very impressive from Gukesh. He plays rook to c1, attacking the bishop on c2. And Mark, I didn't realize you're from... Oh, no, you did say that. That's right. You're from Australia. Whereabouts in Australia? I'm not going to do... I promise I won't do Australian accent ever again. This is going to make everyone cringe. But whereabouts from Australia are you? Wait, isn't gambling illegal in Australia? Down under. Nice. Down under, mate. Oh, in Sydney. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I keep forgetting. As soon as I hear it, I want to do Australian accents, and I should never do that for the sake of everyone. All right. Rook to c1, attacking the bishop. How do you defend the bishop? You can defend it temporarily by capturing on d4. But then bishop to f2, attacking the defender. Bishop to c5, defending the defender. And now knight to a4, attacking the defender of the defender. The defender of the defender. It's all a little bit convoluted, isn't it? All right, guys, we have some more moves on the board. It's all happening. We have this exact line happening. Bishop to f2, attacking the defender, and pretty much expecting bishop to c5. Another option is capturing on b3 and just saying, okay, cool, I'm going to take. But now, of course, the rook can take. And knight takes d2, rook takes d2, or king takes d2. Both are fine. And there's really no other way to say it, but white is just up a piece. There is some compensation for black. Black has 2 pawns for that piece. But it is certainly... Whoa, okay, this is one of the other lines that we didn't look at all that much. But it's essentially the same idea. As defending on c5 with the bishop is the same as defending on g7. We're still expecting... Oh, maybe it's not. No, it's not. Because here you can actually play knight to a4. So here we have to play knight to e2, which makes sense. Attacking this knight 3 times, or twice at least, and ultimately removing this knight as a piece defending the bishop on c2. Things are cooking. Things are cooking indeed. All right, so let's say knight takes b3, which we would probably expect. Maybe this is the better route because of the fact that... Oh, sorry. King takes is actually important here. Of course. Wait. Let's see exactly what is the problem with rook takes. Knight to e5. Ooh. Yes, that makes sense. It actually helps a lot having the rook over here guarding the square. Okay, so instead we just capture back with the king. Knight to e5 happens anyway, but at least now we don't have to waste the move shuffling the rook back. And at this point, like, saving a tempo actually really matters. The one issue that white has is that these pieces are a little bit sort of all over the place. You're up a piece, which is great, but you want to try and get your pieces working together harmoniously. All right, let's get the players up. Maybe we can get a close-up of the players. Ding, really, really in pain right now. You can see I mean, just from looking above, you can see that he's uncomfortable. And I think this is one of the most discouraging things when you're playing and you're at a disadvantage in a classical game. You know that the next 20, 30 moves, if you end up going into an endgame, you're going to be on the back foot the whole time. You have to spend all of this brain power and effort and energy just to try and stay in the game, knowing that it's pretty, or it's possible. It may not be quite yet likely, but it's very possible that you're going to lose and you're going to spend all of this energy for nothing. And all of this started with this disastrous move, rook to h5. That was the beginning of things unraveling for Ding. All right, this is the position as it stands. There's really only one move here for Gukesh to play in order to stay in the game. Nothing else is winning. Everything else loses. He has to play knight to e2. He's found knight to e2. Just playing absolutely perfectly so far. And if we look at the analysis of the quality of the moves, we have 98.4% accuracy from Gukesh, 94.1% accuracy from Ding. And it starts to seem like the end is nigh. All of the tricky moves that Gukesh had to find, he has found. And this is usually a little bit of a problem, is that if there's like one winning move and then you have to find a very long sequence of sort of only moves in order to maintain an advantage, it becomes tricky. But after this last move, there are no longer only moves. Gukesh can play several different moves and still have an advantage, and that is a big problem for Ding. Okay, we have knight takes on b3, rook takes on c2, which is what we expected. And now I guess it's up to Ding. Does he want to exchange knights? Yes, he does. He takes, and now very important that you capture with the rook. I mean, the king, not the rook. Capturing with the rook would be suboptimal. Bringing out the king is completely fine. All right, let's take a look at Polymarket. Let's see what Polymarket says now. Wow. I can imagine it's definitely reacting. World Chess Championship winner, 33%. Okay, there was a moment where it kind of recovered slightly for Ding, up to 42%, but now it's dropped all the way to 33%. Incredible. We are in for 3 hours and 37 minutes for the stream. If you are joining for the first time, thank you for supporting the stream. You can like, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Okay, so he is taking a moment here to decide what is the best way forward in terms of capturing. If you capture with a rook, knight to e5, and then say rook to g3. Rook takes g5. Oh, hold on. All right, guys, I got something to show you here. This is a little bit scary. So if, for example, you capture this knight with a rook, the knight will jump in. Okay, knight to e5 is a serious threat. And the reason for that is because, say you play rook to g3, just trying to get your act together a little bit, you can actually sacrifice the rook, and after takes there's this very irritating fork, and this fork is present in probably a few lines that don't include rook to g3. So we have to be quite careful here when we're continuing, and I think what solves that problem is capturing with the king. There's still a fork over here though, but knight to d4 protects. But now what happens if you kick the knight away? Oh, okay, you can't yet play c5 because you can just capture. So this is actually quite a clever way of defending this fork. Yeah, I guess Ding hoping for some tactics here. All right, we have this on the board. This particular line. We have king takes and then knight to e5 on the board. He captured with the king. Thanks for the update. And yeah, here the threat is very, very simple. The knight is threatening to jump in and fork the king and the rook. You don't want to allow that. So how can you defend? You can actually even play king to e3 as a possible way of defending. Almost using this king as a piece in its own right and not just something that needs to be defended. But now it's really important after this point that Gukesh starts getting his pieces organized. But yeah, if we look at the top 3 engine moves, all of them are just winning for white. There's no massive blunders that can really occur. Nothing obvious, at least. Provided you put your king on e3 and you don't fall into any silly traps with a fork, you're golden. Membrane Potential says Leela gives 87% chance for a win for Gukesh. I think it's over. I would I would say so. I would be very surprised. Earlier, because of the fact that there were some complications, you had to find one or two only moves. After Gukesh found those moves and that advantage was retained, it becomes very difficult to try and find some kind of counterplay if you're playing with the black pieces here. I mean, what do you really have realistically? All right, you don't have to play king to e3 here. You can also play, we discussed knight to d4. You can also play rook to c3. Rook to c3 is a little counterintuitive because of the fact that you're kind of stepping into a pin, but there are no real risks. For example, if you, all of the checking moves you can just capture with a rook. Not really much concern here. All right, the overwhelming majority of people thinking that Gukesh is going to take this one down. 80% think he's going to win. 10% say no. 10% say draw. I mean, I think there's still a very outside chance, but yeah, I would have to agree with Leela. 87% I think is pretty accurate. And Ding's chance of winning the overall competition all the way down to 30% after peaking at 55%, and that was basically an hour ago. 1 hour ago, almost to the minute, Ding had a 55% chance of not just winning this game, but the entire tournament. And right now, it's all the way down to 30%. Pretty heartbreaking. Let's get a closer picture of the two players. Gukesh being very sensible, taking his time here, knowing that he has plenty of time on the clock in comparison to Ding. Ding has only 18 minutes, and remember, with those 18 minutes, he needs to make some 14 moves. Mark Allwood says, all right, time to pay attention now. Wife going to bed after watching our movie. He says, damn, I should have bet on the entire thing rather than just an individual game. Well, I think your money's pretty safe right now. I always forget, of course, in Australia, it's late now. What's the time in Sydney? Let's see. Sydney. Wow, very late. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't end in some like extremely protracted endgame. But I've got a feeling that's not going to happen. I think Ding will play on. He knows that it's important for him to play on in this position, but Gukesh is going to inevitably take this advantage and kind of turn it into something substantial. Late for someone who works in childcare, not for me though. Oh yeah, definitely, man. If you're working with kids, you need that sleep. All right, Gukesh, deep in thought here. After Ding has played this move, knight to e5. Knight to e5, obviously threatening the fork. Knight to f3 forks the rook on g1 and the king on d2. You don't want to fall for that, but I think the probability of Gukesh falling for that move is about 1 in a million. So a couple of ways to defend that. You can actually step forward with a king. King to e3 is good, just guarding that f3 square. You can also play a rather counterintuitive move, rook to c3. Definitely viable options. In fact, there are several ways to defend that square. And I think Gukesh is just trying to find the best line that is going to offer sort of a long-term solution for his development issues. All of his pieces, you know, on the first and second rank, all of his pieces, except for his pawns on the first and second rank. And he's still winning, which is actually quite bizarre. I mean, how many times are you going to see that in chess? Having all of your pieces on the first and second rank and having a winning position is pretty rare, I would say. And it just shows you how patient Gukesh has been, biding his time, waiting for that opportunity, and then striking with the absolutely crushing e4. What a great move by Gukesh. Yeah, things not really changing too much for Ding's odds on Polymarket. Still 30%, 31%. If anything, they've gone down. Fun fact from Neon Hills Music. Thanks for joining us. It says, sorry, let me just scroll up. At just 18 years old, Gukesh has the chance to make history by becoming the youngest ever undisputed world chess champion. If he prevails, he would break the current record set by ... Garry Kasparov, who won the world championship at the age of 22 in 1985. Cool fact. Thank you so much. The question is, how old was Carlsen when he won for the first time? He was also 22, but he was slightly older than Kasparov. Kasparov was 22 in 1985, and Carlsen was probably 22 and a few days or weeks or months older than Kasparov. So this would be a huge, huge victory for the entire Indian nation. It would be really exciting for chess in general. But there's still a lot to play for. And remember, even if Gukesh does take this game, there are plenty of games left over in this year's World Chess Championship. But one thing that we know for sure, Gukesh is thinking, money. Because if he wins this, he gets 200,000 US dollars, which would be, I mean, sheesh, more than probably many Indian people, working class people, earn in 10 years. I mean, that is a huge amount of money. And not just Indian people. I mean, I think probably could say the same in South Africa, where I'm from. Definitely could say the same. That is a lot of money. And you know what? He's worked hard. He's talented. He's applied himself. And after losing that first game, we might see a big comeback. A lot of momentum in his favor. Kanish, you just got back from your studies, Kanish. Welcome to you. Yes, Ding's bishop got trapped. So let's just quickly do a bit of a recap of what we saw. We wind back to the big blunder. I mean, it doesn't say that it's a blunder. It was essentially a blunder. Rook to h5, putting pressure on the pawn on g5. Gukesh found the very, very sneaky e4 move. And now this bishop, which has been under threat of getting trapped for basically the whole game, suddenly is very, very much trapped. And the reason for that, we saw the game pan out. Takes, knight to e6, rook to c1 attacking the bishop, knight takes, bishop to f2, bishop being defended, and now finally knight to e2. And this piece is just being attacked too many times. It's defending the bishop. You have to remove the tension and basically give up the bishop for a pawn. And this is the position as it stands. We're waiting for Gukesh to decide what he's going to do. He has to be careful, of course, because there's a fork on f3. We don't want to lose our rook. That would be completely unnecessary. And a number of ways to defend against that. We can play knight to d4, kind of moving forward in order to defend the f3 square. You can also play king to e3. Similarly, defending the square and removing any of the tactics surrounding this fork. And that's really where we're up to now. We do have a move. We have a move. The players are about to play. Let's take a look at this live. This is a little useful that there's a bit of a delay in the footage coming through, that when we see a move on the board, we get to jump to the footage and actually watch it play out in real time. Just about real time. There we go. And the move that we have on the board is one of the lines that we calculated. Instead of stepping forward with a king, we have knight to d4, defending the f3 square. One of the nice things that, or one of the things that we spend a little bit of time looking at is you would similarly like to try and remove this knight or threaten this knight in order to play knight to f3, but there's really no way of doing that. You would love, for example, to play something like b6 and then push this pawn forward, force this knight to go somewhere else so that you can get the knight to come in. But there really isn't enough time, at which point you can move your king out of the line of fire and just prevent this tactic altogether. After the prize money, imagine all the sponsorships and business opportunities that could follow. But perhaps I'm getting too far ahead of a game that isn't even over yet. Yeah, I mean, I think from having listened to Gukesh, he isn't quite thinking about that. He's a very headstrong person for someone who's as young as he is. I mean, he's 18 years old. I don't think that he is getting too caught up in the hype and the expectations of what it would mean to win. Because, yeah, there would be massive financial benefits. I mean, you can imagine there hasn't been an Indian World Chess Champion since Anand, and he's like basically revered as like a deity in Indian culture. Okay, we have rook to d8. This is kind of an interesting idea where you're putting pressure on this knight. And also, if you don't do anything about this, the knight's just going to jump into f3, and you can't even capture. So after you put the pin on the king, you're going to have to step forward. Or, yeah, just move the king away. You can play king to e3, but king to e2 is better. Just moving out of the way completely. The irritation with king to e2 is that this bishop is still sort of stuck in no man's land. It's not really doing anything, but at some point you would like to develop it. The issue is bishop to g2 can't really be played because the rook is attacking the pawn on g5. So, yeah, a little bit dicey. There's still some kind of tricks in the position that Gukesh has to watch out for. Fortunately, he has a massive time advantage, but Ding basically playing at a little over a minute a move. 13 moves left to play for Ding, 16 minutes on the clock. Really, really exciting. Okay, so I have some questions. Do you think this game was more exciting than the first game? I guess it depends on who you want to win, right? I have to say the first game was pretty awesome, but I've probably enjoyed this one even more. All right, Gukesh finding king to e2. Neon Kill says, I didn't watch the first one. Mark Allwood obviously says, hell yeah. He's got some money on the line. This one's way more satisfying. First one was very exciting. I mean, it was in many ways, okay, obviously terrible if you're an Indian supporter, but a great way to kick things off in terms of excitement, getting people engaged and saying, oh, this isn't going to be, 15 draws in a row. Or 14 draws in a row. And if Gukesh wins this, I mean, that would be huge. We'll have 2 decisive results in 3 games, which is almost unheard of in classical chess. Really incredible. Black cannot immediately take the g5 pawn because after bishop to g2, let's just take a look. Take the g5 pawn immediately after because of bishop to h4, right? Ah, well spotted. Very well spotted. Okay, let's pull that up. That's a great observation. So I was a little bit frustrated by, okay, let's say a5. Let's put a5 on the board. And I was thinking, okay, let's play bishop to g2. Rook takes, but now you have this move here. But the engine's hating it. Why? Because rook takes g2. Rook takes g2. And now rook takes d4. You've just removed the defense of the knight on d4. So it's tempting to go for this, but you have to keep an eye on making sure that all of your pieces are working together harmoniously before you go about with this situation. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If the knight is not on d4, the threat of this skewer is very much real. And we have to keep an eye out for that. All right, let's head back to the game. Computer's overheating a little bit. Just get rid of some of the tabs. Been live streaming for nearly 4 hours today. It's been a great live stream. Thank you so much for joining me. I will be live streaming every single day of this World Chess Championship. Of course, tomorrow's a rest day. So if you tune in, then you won't see me. But there's definitely going to be a live stream on Friday. I'll be doing Friday. 83% of folks thinking that it's going to be a win for Gukesh. 8% say no, and 8% say, draw. All right, we do have a move. We have rook to h2. Rook to h2, very interesting, creating this pressure on the second rank and really limiting the movement of this bishop. And I think it makes a lot of sense because of the fact that you're threatening to capture the knight on d4. And unfortunately, you can no longer capture back because of the pin. So you have to decide what you're going to do. The easiest way to solve this problem, no doubt Gukesh will find this, is just moving back. Knight to f3, offering an exchange of knights, which is essentially forced. Well, not necessarily forced. You can, I guess, play rook to h5, but then you're going to... ooh. You can actually even capture this pawn, Engine says. I would probably just take, to be honest. But maybe, let's see. Okay, there's a rest day after every 3 days, right? Yes, I believe so. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, rest day on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, rest day on Monday. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so I think it would be kind of surprising if Gukesh does anything other than knight to f3. Knight to f3 makes a lot of sense. Natural move. Obviously, it solves like basically all of the problems at the same time, as well as having the benefit of trying to get pieces off the board. We don't have that move though. So we have instead bishop to g2, which I think is also a reasonable move. And maybe it's a good opportunity for this bishop to get off the its starting square. I think one of the things that you could probably go back in the stream and have a laugh at is that I said the most valuable piece, we were looking at the recaps of Magnus and Levy, and they were saying the most valuable piece, you know, this game is the queen or whatever. I was like, the most valuable piece is going to be this bishop on g2 because of the fact that it has the long diagonal. How wrong was I? Yeah. This is the first time this piece is sort of entering into the game. And now the best response is a5. a5 kind of makes sense because the Engine was thinking about capturing on a7 once this knight moves. So at some point this knight will probably move, and at least then you don't have to worry about the a pawn hanging. And also very sensible to start off with bishop to g2 because you can always play knight to f3 later on, depending on what black does. Lol, yeah. Let's take a look at the pictures of the players live. Oh yeah, there's another idea, which is quite interesting. A little bit, I guess, okay, yeah. Bishop to f3 or bishop to g3. Attacking the rook, but I guess the problem here is well, this is actually a really interesting line. Let's head back to the board. Okay, someone was suggesting in the chats. Okay, let's play a5, and now let's play bishop to g3. Yeah, this is the thing that I was calculating. Is that you're attacking the rook, you're attacking the knight, but you've also hung this knight on d4. So now you sacrifice the rook, rook takes d4, and you... Oh, sorry, this knight isn't hanging. So you don't have the option of capturing. All right, let's move back. We have... Okay, we have a6 instead of a5. And really, things are becoming very tight for Ding. In fact, he only has 1 minute per move. 11 moves left. He's got 11 minutes on the clock. Things starting to get pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. If you are just tuning in, this is probably one of the most exciting moments of the tournament so far. Gukesh has a big advantage. It started off with him finding a way to trap Ding's bishop after Ding made an erroneous move with his rook, played rook to h5. And that allowed Gukesh an opportunity to finally trap the bishop, which was on c2, and that's why the rook is sitting pretty on c2, which is where it captured the bishop. And now Gukesh is up a piece, but Ding is up 2 pawns in compensation for that piece. Okay, maybe knight to f3 now. I think that would be a wonderful idea. Let's play knight to f3. Knight to f3 is probably the simplest, least complicated way of playing, because of the fact that a good rule of thumb, if you're up material, you need to try and liquidate the position, get rid of all the pieces, exchange everything off, and that is going to amplify your advantage. Your material advantage is going to become more pronounced. Of course, there are exceptions, but generally speaking, just trade everything off and try winning an endgame. Knight takes f3, king takes f3, and now it feels... Okay, you can throw in a check, but then you just... Okay, king to f4. So you have to do a little bit of a king walk. And black does have some counterplay with the rooks, but there's really... Yeah, there's really not much way of making it count. I mean, you would love to play... Like, okay, let's just say, for example... you do something like this. Yeah. Let's just show this on the board. This is a quick way to lose the game. You do something really dumb. If you played king to f4, white's winning, of course. But this bishop's doing something very, very important. So, for example, if you play... let's play a5, and you play bishop to c5, suddenly you're getting mated. All of the squares are covered. So you do have to be a little bit careful. I mean, it's not going to happen. But the engine suggests moving forward with this king, and it feels a bit like, I don't know. You do have to just make sure that you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's before you step forward onto a square that really limits the movement of your king. Okay, I hope Gukesh will keep his thinking hat on, for sure. Yeah, so maybe the best thing would be... I mean, you can even play bishop to e3 and just... Oh, can you play bishop to e3? No. No, you can't. You have to be very careful here because bishop to d4. Double attack, but now, okay, I play rook to e2. Ah, rook to h5. Attacking this pawn. All right, let's get back up to the... All right, we haven't had a move yet, have we? No. So yeah, actually there are a couple of ways to go wrong here. It's not quite over yet. Gukesh is going to have to stay sharp. There are some tricks that could really create problems if Gukesh is not concentrating. Fortunately, he has a big time advantage, and I think that will be very helpful. I wonder how Polymarket reacts to these kind of considerations in the position. Nope, not really. I honestly think that the people who are behind these markets are just looking at the evaluation bar and don't really have that deep of an understanding of the game itself or what's going on. They're just basically changing the odds based on what the evaluation bar says, which generally is useful, but sometimes the evaluation bar can be very, very misleading. All right. Gukesh, 93% now. 95%. Wow. %103% now. Nice. That's good. Well done. Okay, so Ding has played a6. And what we're kind of expecting is this move knight to f3. Knight to f3. And then an exchange of knights, king takes, and then The question is, will Gukesh be comfortable with allowing this this rook to infiltrate on d3? I guess king to g4 is another option. Yeah, both of these squares are okay, but it's just a little scary. I mean, the bishop's doing a great job guarding h4. So even if you did, for example, go king to f4, that's not going to happen, but it's just about deciding which route is the least risky that will maintain the advantage. That's what Gukesh is thinking. And this is, again, where he's so good. He's great at being able to calculate in depth. He's going to spot the obvious stuff, but he's also going to have a fantastic understanding of the long-term positional implications of deciding, for example, where his king needs to go and which line will be the best for him and offer the least risk. He's doing the trademark Gukesh collar flick. All right, we're back. I do believe we've had a few moves. Let's take a look, or just one at least. After Ding played a6, we've had the quiet move b3. This is certainly something we weren't calculating. Mark Allwood says, imagine doing the collar flick and accidentally knocking all the pieces off the board. Yeah, that wouldn't be great. But that is why the players have score sheets. They can just reset it up. Wow. Okay, Ding really is going to be under a lot of pressure now. 9 minutes on the clock, and he has 11 moves that he needs to play in that time. Let's get a close up of Ding. I have no doubt that he's starting to feel the pressure. But I mean, I think it was on day one in the first game that Gukesh had like, what, 45 seconds or something? And he needed to make like 4 or 5 moves. Yeah, you can see from Ding's expression, he is not feeling comfortable right now. He knows that things are not looking good for him. Yeah, it's like role reversal of game one. Absolutely. I mean, the clock's just ticking down. Do you think Ding will be able to make a comeback when he has white in the next game? I think it's possible. I mean, I think whenever a player has the white pieces, they know, especially in a tournament where the prize structure the way it is now. Okay, we have rook to d7 on the board. Whenever we have a prize structure of winning such a large amount of money just for winning one game, it really incentivizes players to go for it. Ding has been getting into too much time trouble. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Back to the board. All right, we have rook to d7 on the board now. Rook to d7. Yeah, he really has. I mean, at my elo at like 1000, white or black doesn't matter, but I feel like at their elo, white is actually a massive advantage. Definitely. I mean, that is so true. I think when you're still sort of beginner to intermediate, the chance of winning with black or with white, and it's especially true at a very low level. So if you're like 500, it's almost the advantage is like inconsequential. Because, you know, players are blundering pieces and doing so many terrible things. But when you look at the accuracy of these games, it's the opposite. Here, for example, Gukesh has played with 97.3% accuracy. Ding has played, probably by any standards, he would say not very accurately. But it's still 92.4%, which is massive. You know, you have to be massively skillful to play at that level. And shows the margins for error just so small when you're playing at the highest level in chess. Did he play that just to buy time? Yeah, I'm honestly looking at this move and I'm kind of a bit perplexed by it. I mean, what does it actually achieve? By playing rook to d7, okay, there's sort of a longer term understanding of the fact that maybe you would like to say push c5. Oh, you can't push c5 even. Yeah, it's a little confusing. I mean, what is the point of rook to d7? Obviously, you're guarding the b7 pawn, but I mean, that's not really being threatened for the time being. All right, let's say you play bishop to e3. Rook to h4. Now rook to d2. Yeah, it might be the case that we have a little bit of this sort of shuffling around. This is something that you see at sort of grandmaster level play, where often when we're playing, we want to try and accomplish something and achieve something now. But very often, it's more about sort of moving around. When you have a big advantage, you don't need to do anything huge to change the nature of the position when you're up material. Sometimes the best thing you can do is kind of play somewhat passively, and by doing nothing, you're essentially allowing your opponent's position to fall apart. And often the worst thing that you can do is to try and accomplish something, which is very counterintuitive. All right, it's Gukesh to play now. After this move by Ding, rook to d7. Rook c to c1, so just moving the rook back. Rook to h5. Rook c to d1. I mean, really, I think in terms of goals, it would be Gukesh's main goal is to exchange off all of the pieces and basically be up a piece in an endgame and use that piece to try and pick off a few more pawns, promote, and win. What time is it in South Africa? Right now it is 2:23. Fortunately, there's only one time zone in South Africa. Kanishk, what time is it where you are? No Funny Buddy says, bet Gukesh will win. I agree. I think Gukesh is definitely on for the time being, and it would really shock me if he had to lose this game, especially considering the advantage, material, the clock, everything is in his favor, and all he has to do is be patient, not do anything too crazy, and wait. 5:54. Okay, nice. End of the day. Get to kick back, enjoy some chess. It's a good way to end the day. Yeah, I find that quite a curious thing about India, where they have like every other time zone has the same minutes. So like, for example, it's 2:24 here in America. It'll be, 6 hours, but also 24 minutes. But India doesn't. They have like a halfway point, which is quite interesting. Not Funny Buddy says, Parag still finding water bottle. All right, I think Gukesh, considering... Again, what's the safest way to continue that I maintain an advantage? Even if it's kind of like a move that doesn't necessarily improve my position, but just maintains it. That's all he has to do. And once they get to time control of 40 moves, they'll get an additional hour that they'll be able to play with. 9 moves for Ding to get to 40 moves. And he has 8 minutes to play those 9 moves. So he has 500 seconds. So 500 divided by 9. 55.55 recurring seconds per move. $15 votes in. Now, do you think Gukesh will win? 87% of people say yes. 7% say no. 7% can go out on a limb and say draw. See what Polymarket says. Okay, Ding's chances have improved slightly. He went from 30% to 32%. I think Ding will be able to make the moves in time. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, anyone who's played like a blitz game knows that it's not so difficult to make the moves in time. It's more about making sure that the quality of those moves keep him in the game. And right now, he's really, 3 or 4 moves away from just having everything fall apart. His position's bad, but people have certainly recovered from worse positions. Maybe not much worse in World Chess Championships, but it's definitely possible. He needs to try and stay in the game. And I think that is going to be particularly difficult because of his time. Okay, we have a move. We have a move from Gukesh. And it is the top engine move. He played rook to c1. Rook to c1. Making sure both of these rooks are connected. And I imagine what would be nice is to try and see if you can play rook to h1. Of course, you can't now because you're going to lose your bishop. But find a way to possibly... I think maybe rook to c1 and now setting up knight to f3. Takes. Guess there's still a check. But you'd love to play rook to h1 and just trade off at least one of these rooks. That would be good. Game 12 of 2023 was much worse and Ding recovered. So yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Which one was that again? Was that the one where he... let's see. Game 12. 2023. Ah, yeah, you're right. He was worse. He was worse. Sure. Yeah, I mean, look, things are very unpredictable. And okay, we have another move from Ding. He's moved forward with his king. He's played king to e7. And now the engine suggests bishop to e3. Bishop to e3. Just centralizing this bishop. There's still a little bit of a thorn in white's side with this pin, but there's plenty of time to resolve that. Maybe to give the knight the c2 square. No, I think... I mean, yeah, if you play knight to... I still feel like at some point white needs to set up knight to f3. I'm not sure when. Alright, it's even tighter now for Ding. Ding spent probably too much time on that last move as well. 6 minutes to play 9 moves. So like 40 seconds a move? Is Ding's plan to move the rook back behind the queenside pawns? So like rook to d8. I think it's difficult to tell. Let's calculate a couple of lines. All right. So let's say rook c to d1. Okay, let's start off with this. King to e8. So the engine actually is just in favor of a little bit of repetitive play. I think this idea of shuffling pieces around and waiting for for better options to emerge with the black pieces is very sort of defensive, trying to avoid basically making a mistake. The engine realizes that the position's bad for black and there aren't any wonderful moves, but they want to kind of, I guess, put the onus on white to try and make some decisive moves. So let's say bishop to g3. Oh, this makes sense. Rook to h5. And now bishop to f4. Okay, just guarding this pawn. Rook to h4. Just moving back. Bishop to e3. Everything's kind of holding together, and now you start to see sort of a more harmonious picture from White's perspective. All of the pieces that were not that long ago stuck on the second rank and the first rank, remember, all of the pieces were stuck on the first and second rank. Now they're working together a little bit better. Rook to d8. Rook just moves back. Knight to c2. Yeah, I guess you're right. Knight to c2 is a move. I wouldn't have thought of that. But I wonder here why you can't... Let's see. What is... Oh, you... Of course, you don't want to play this because of the fact that this pawn hangs. Rook takes e4 is a move. Then rook takes. You can exchange this way. King takes. And then knight to d2 with a discovery attack on the rook. Yeah, you don't really want to give up a pawn if you don't have to. So let's not do that. Yeah, okay, so we play knight to c2 just basically for the purpose of wanting to exchange. So rook takes, and the closer we are to getting all of the pieces off the board, the closer we are to capitalizing on our material advantage. All right, but now Ding is the one thinking. We've had rook to d1 on the board. Rook to d1 played. Ding 5 minutes to play 9 moves. It's getting even closer for him. 5 minutes to play 9 moves is scary. Scary is right. Mark Allwood. All right, let's jump to the players. See what they're up to. I wonder if... Should I just make this screen a little bit bigger so we can enjoy the picture? A little bit more detail. That looks better. Awesome. Maybe even bigger. Let's just make it full screen. There we go. Super. All right. It's down to 4 minutes and 35 seconds for Ding to make 9 moves. 30 seconds a move just about. There is no doubt that he is feeling the pressure. Time is ticking away. His options are ticking away. Neon Hills Music says, zoom all the way into Ding's brain. Yeah. I mean, that would be something. I don't think my software has those capabilities yet. Oh, man. All right, guys, 3 minutes and 36 seconds. It is getting very, very scary for Ding. It could be possible that we get down to less than a minute and he has some 5-6 moves to play. And you can just see from the way that he's moving, he's feeling uncomfortable. Mark Allwood suggesting b5, I think. Okay. So b5 then. Ooh, bishop to g3. Ah, okay, I'll show you why b5 is a little bit of a move that we want to avoid. So if you play b5, you can now play bishop to g3, attacking the rook, attacking the knight. And say c5. Wow, you actually even say like you move the rook out of the way. Now you can capture on e5 after bishop takes. You're losing a bunch of material. And yeah, things are going to end pretty quickly. 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock. Oh my goodness. This is why I'm 1,000. Don't worry. At least you would have moved. And Ding is yet to move. Guys, this is really, really scary times. If you're a Ding Liren supporter. Alright, we have a move. We have a move. Let's wait for a moment. It should update any second now. Just 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock for Ding to play 8 moves. That's 100 seconds divided by 8. 12.5 seconds a move. That's what he's got left. No increment. If he flags, that's it. The game is over. All right, it's back over to Gukesh. Ding has played king to e8. Let's get that board up. King to e8 on the board. And I mean, it's not like Gukesh has tons of time, but in comparison to Ding, he's got an enormous amount of time. Bishop to g3 is still the move. We looked a little bit at that moments ago. If you play bishop to g3, rook to h5, and you can play bishop to f4, protecting this pawn, rook to h4, and then bishop to e3. Everything remaining nice and solid for white, and not allowing any counterplay whatsoever for black. Black really left just to shuffle their pieces around and wait for the inevitable. And that's why we're seeing these kind of seemingly bizarre moves where the rook lifts up, then the king comes forward, it moves back. There's just not a whole lot that black can do that isn't going to massively compromise the position and make things even worse. The force is strong with Gukesh.
Most impressive.
For sure. All right. Rook to d8. Knight to c2. Rook takes d1. Rook takes knight to d7. Back. Yeah. And I think what's happened is all of the hard work that Gukesh has done is starting to pay off, because his pieces, which were sort of had a lot of potential but weren't really doing all that much moments ago, now they're kind of coming together. And black, as far as I can tell, just has no counterplay at all. It's almost at the point where like you would actually consider resigning in this position, just because black has just nothing going on. I mean, what real threats can you offer with the black pieces? If you had some sort of opportunity for a pawn break, for example, if these 3 pawns were more advanced, especially together with the strong dark square bishop, this could be quite useful. But because of the fact that they're still some ways away from promotion, some ways from making a pawn break, and white's pieces are working together nice and coordinated, it just is very difficult to imagine that black is going to be able to turn this position around. Gukesh got the collar out. Yeah, for sure. What a gangster. I think what's going to be interesting is that after Gukesh makes a move, how quickly is Ding going to respond? Is he just going to snap off moves very quickly, or is he going to spend more time thinking? Oh yeah, we spoke about this already. I keep wanting to play knight to f3, but it's still winning, but you really don't want to give up the e4 pawn. It helps to give you an opportunity to kind of liquidate, but not at the risk of giving up material unnecessarily. Attacking with a knight, where in particular? Gukesh is taking this opportunity to make sure that he plays something that is solid. We do have a move, and immediately we've got a reply. Let's take a look at the big screen over here. Gukesh about to make a move. And it's actually frightening how quickly Ding responds. He knows that he's down on the clock. Immediately retreats with his rook. So I think we have that on the board. We had bishop to g3 and the rook immediately jumping back up to h5 and now expecting bishop to f4. That would be my prediction. Bishop to f4, making sure that the g5 pawn is guarded. And then the rook can come to h4, attacking the bishop, but then the bishop is nice and central on e3, guarding the g5 pawn, and is probably as strong, if not more strong, than this bishop on g7, which is important. And that's why you don't really want to exchange this bishop for the knight on e5. The knight on e5, yeah, it's okay. It has some prospects, especially considering, but I mean, it can't develop to c4. Basically, the only square they can go to, just for the time being, is the square on g4. But Gukesh probably just making sure that he hasn't missed any details. But I think there's nothing wrong with this line here. In fact, this is probably the best way to move forward. Yeah, so I was saying you don't want to exchange this very strong dark square bishop with this knight, because basically you're allowing counterplay, just keeping the dark square bishop on the board. This knight is certainly not as valuable as this dark square bishop. So, as your dark square bishop, if you're playing from white's perspective. So, Gukesh continuing to take time and not playing too quickly. He realizes that he's got an enormous advantage right now. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't do anything silly. And even if we look at the engine, the top lines in the engine are all in white's favor. He doesn't have to find some weird obscure line to realize his advantage. He just needs to not blunder. All right, we have a couple more very quick moves. Back to the live board. Let's take a look. All right, we have a move from Gukesh. He plays knight to f3. Now the risk of capturing on e5 no longer a problem. King takes. Interesting. And what's gone on here? He's actually... Ooh, this is very interesting. This is kind of an interesting line. Let's take a look at what's going on here. King takes is a bit of a surprise. It looks like you're hanging the pawn on g5. And the engine seems to think, yeah, you can take here. But now rook takes d7. King takes d7. Yeah, rook to d1 check. All right, let's bring this up on the board. So after knight takes f3, king takes f3, you can actually, if you're playing with the black pieces, capture this pawn on g5. But now rook takes d7, king takes d7, rook to d1 check, and say king to e6, you have bishop to h3 check, and the amount of squares that are available to the king are very, very limited. f5, remember, if you move back, for example, with the king, this is a train wreck because of the fact that you have bishop to h5. And this is why Gukesh correctly acknowledges the fact that that rook is not maybe as incentivized to capture in g5. All right. We have a few more moves on the board. Let's jump into it. Okay, rook to h1. Basically forcing the rook to either capture on g5 or exchange rooks. Whoa, 21 seconds on the clock. This is crazy. 5 minutes. 5 moves to make with such little time. Whoa, ding. What's going on? This is crazy, crazy, crazy stuff that's happening, guys. Oh my word, this is frightening. I mean, this is terrifying. It's possible that Ding is going to flag in a classical game. What? No, Ding! Ding, no! Oh my goodness. Oh no, he flagged. Guys, he flagged. I cannot believe that he flagged. What on earth? That is insane. Oh, I can't believe it, guys. He flagged. That is so, so depressing. You really don't ever want to see that in a classical game. But we have seen it. A couple of excellent, accurate moves from Gukesh. And Gukesh is 200,000 US dollars richer. The game is tied up. And that means that we have a real matchup on our hands. We've got a win from Ding, a draw, and now a win from Gukesh. The only world champion that flagged twice. What? Is that true? That's incredible. I am completely shocked. I really did not think that Ding was going to flag. I really did not think that Ding was going to flag. I mean, to be honest, I don't think it would have had an impact on the game, truth be told. But it has inevitably, it's going to have an effect on his mental game for sure, and moving forward in the games, knowing that all of this stemmed from one or two huge moments where he just spent way too much time thinking. And for those of you wondering why this is losing, is obviously there's a material advantage, but let's just jump back to the actual game itself so we can see what's going on here. So let's use the analysis board. All right. So here, bishop takes f5. Wow, this is so cool. You can actually capture on f5, sacrifice the bishop. Of course, you can't take back because of the fact that the rook's hanging. And if you capture this rook now, you have this in-between move, capturing with check, needs to be dealt with takes, and really, that's all she wrote. You're up a full rook, and in exchange for that, black has 2 extra pawns, but it's not going to be enough for it to matter in the end game. And this is why this game would have ultimately, regardless of whether Ding flagged or not, ended in the same result. Gukesh would have won. And yeah, it's pretty unfortunate that he flagged, but in reality, I don't think it's all that important that he did flag in terms of the outcome. So yeah, Kanish says, yeah, he flagged in game 7 of 2023 as well. And this is something that Ding is going to have to work on. He needs to have better time management. A lot was said about the time management of Gukesh, but actually it's Ding who is the one who has the dodgy time management. And I think Gukesh in the first game, even though he had very little time to make those moves, he has that kind of, those sharp instincts when you're young of being able to make moves quickly and appreciating the fact that, if you don't play something, you will lose. And it's unfortunate that the game had to end that way. But like I said, basically the result was already set. As soon as we had that move, rook to h5, and the bishop was trapped, that was always going to be the result. So there you have it, guys. Thanks so much for watching. I guess we should end the poll. 20 people voted, and about 90% of people expected that Gukesh was going to capitalize on his advantage. And if we look at the odds right now, after having about 2 hours ago, Ding peaked at a 55% chance of winning the World Chess Championship. That disappeared, and now only a 29% chance of winning the World Chess Championship. Pretty incredible. Thanks, guys, for sticking around. I had a lot of fun with you. I will be streaming on Friday, and let me know in the comment section after this is kind of uploaded. You can give me some ideas for thumbnails if you think of anything creative. So yeah, I need to come up with something tomorrow that would be a fun thumbnail. But thanks so much for watching. We did nearly 5 hours today, which is pretty cool. And I will see you guys all on Friday. Have a good one. Thanks for watching, everyone. Oh yeah, and then Mark Allwood, congrats to you too. Mario Brothers. Oh, Mario Brothers could be good. Dun. Actually, that would be good. Maybe some video game kind of thing. That could be fun. Kanish, nice to see you. Mark, thanks for watching. Neon Hills Music, have a good one. And everyone else who was watching, it was great to have you. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. And I will see you guys on Friday. Bye, everyone. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Call of Duty, another good idea.